Welcome back to the Formula Drift Japan live stream. We are here with the G-Shock presents Formula Drift Japan 2024 Round 3 Ebisu Circuit West Course. They usually call it the Nishi course. This has been one of the tracks that FD Japan has been coming back to for the past many years, and this time we are back with a very different layout from what we are used to seeing. Now, this is probably the best weather I've had since I've been here at this round. It is very breezy, the sun is out, and we're gonna see a lot of smoke. I'm expecting a lot of smoke and a lot of fun driving, so hopefully you guys can enjoy that as well through the live stream. And if you are in the area, Sendai is pretty close. We are in Fukushima Prefecture at Ebisu Circuit. Here you go. And go ahead and check out the live stream, and also hashtag FD. This is JEBI, Ebi from Ebisu. To the right here, we have the Japanese live stream MC Eiichi Akutsu. Next to him are the three judges. We have Yoichi Momura, a legendary driver from the right. In the middle is Tadahiro Fukada. And all the way to the left is Kenji Yamanaka, also an ex-Formula Drift USA driver. And you have me, Robin Nishida. I am here. I'm your host for the English live stream, and I'll try to explain my best, and I'll try to go back and forth with the live stream as well with the comments, and also tell you guys what's going on the track. So here you go. If you want to go on your Instagram, go ahead and check out hashtag FDJ EBI for some action that people are posting. We have the Formula Drift Japan girls here. I don't know if their voice is in there or not. I can't hear it. Here, so they will be doing some pit reports and interviews. As you see, that's usually the skid pad over there on the right. And to the left there is also the skid pad, the bigger skid pad in Ebisu Circuit. If you've been here, you probably know where this is at. You got the Kurukuru land. That's the pits. And let's go ahead and explain to you how the judging is happening for Formula Drift Japan, FDJ2, and FDJ3. So you have three judges for qualifying. You have the line judge, the angle judge, and the style judge. So each turn usually has an inside clip or an outside zone. Every track is a little different. There are usually about 5 areas where the judges judge you on, or judges the drivers from start to finish. And obviously from the start line, you have to be drifting all the way through the finish line, and you have to come out the finish line clean without spinning out or a huge correction. Now the line judge has 35 points per lap. The angle judge has 35 points per lap per driver. So total 70 points right there for line and angle. Now on top of that, you have 30 points, which the style judge watches the track overall, and the total points will be 100. So all the drivers has 2 runs to complete, and they would have to try to get as high as a score as possible. Now, as you can see, the line judge will see how close they are to the inside clip. And if they have outside zones, the driver has to be really close to the zones on the outside, drive through the whole zone. And for the angle judge, they will watch how much angle each car has to the turn. And the clip, inside clip or the outside zone, you have to be consistent. You can't be wobbly. The more angle, the better per zone or clip. So all the drivers will be concentrating on high angle with a close proximity to the inside clip in the outside zones. Now overall, the style judge watches so many different things, where it's initiation. It's a little different here where they watch overall. Might be a little bit different from the US, but then they also watch how fast they initiate and the transitions and whatnot. Obviously, if your car stops, you spin out, you go off course. On this track, it's more than 3 tires, and that's going to be an incomplete for that qualifier run, which is pretty much a 0 for that run. Now, we also have the drivers' meeting, and during the drivers' meeting, we do talk about what the judges are watching and some tips sometimes. So the drivers will have to put together the cleanest, most, how can I say it, exciting run from initiation all the way down to the finish line. And now there's some things that'll come up, and if you're not familiar with the rules, I'll try to explain as we go, as we watch these drivers. But you know what? For you guys, it's probably the best to just kick back, you know, have a cold one, and just watch some drifting on the live stream. Now here's the track, the new layout for the Ebisu West track, the Nishi course. From the start to the left, you have the outside zone 1, which is a lot more a tighter radius than how it used to be, and it's a figure 8 pretty much after that. And there's a wall at the outside zone 2 where the drivers will have to make sure that the right rear of the tire or right rear of the vehicle is very close to, with high angle and a lot of proximity to the wall. After that, there's a small touch and go to the right side. Once they leave the touch and go, there's an inside clip going down to the last turn, and you have to switch. You have to make a switchback clean and nice, and fill the outside zone to the right before the finish line, and finish the track clean. Now there you go. You watch it from the top. This is how it looks like. The top right was the start line. Here is a drone. This is how it's going to look if you're on the car or sitting in the car. Well, it's higher than the car, but this is kind of how the track looks. And here you go. A lot of guys. I think it's almost like 100% where everybody's doing a flick, starting on the right side of the track. And you have outside zone 1. You get tricked because it looks like a turn, but the radius gets tighter at the end of the outside zone 1. Now you have outside zone 2. This is a little different because the radius is tighter in the beginning, and at the end it gets a little bit more, the radius, there's less radius coming out of that turn. Then you have the touch and go on the right side, and right here, you have to do a switchback. There's a big elevation change from the start through outside zone 1 to the outside zone 2. Then after outside zone 2 to the inside clip, there's elevation change. And you're kind of going downhill through the last outside zone on the right side before the finish line. So we'll try to mark up the track as much as possible in between the runs. I know there are going to be times where it's going to look, it's going to be hard to see visually because of the tire running over the lines. And here we go. This is Kare Robampera driving the Toyota GR Corolla, and this was last year's layout, and he was the top qualifier here. And of course the rally champion, pretty much the line was perfect there. That was the old layout. There was only one switchback, but it was a very fast entry. Now this is going to make it, I would say, watching all the practice today, a lot of the drivers were struggling on the outside zone 1 where the radius changes, so it might be a little tricky for the lead run, but I think it's going to be a very good tandem track where it keeps the lead car and the chase car tighter, and there's more transitions. Now for Formula Drift Japan right now, up to 7th place, here you go. First place to 7th, you have Kazumi Takahashi in first place, Koichi Yamashita second place, Kenshiro Gushi from the USA is in third right now, Mao Yamanaka, another young driver, fourth, Yukio Fausto, fan favorite Brazilian driver, here in fifth, and we have S from Thailand. Unfortunately, S is not here and is not competing, and there's been some circumstances that could not make it out here. Hopefully we can see him in the next round. And in 7th place, we have the Cusco driver driving the GR86. It's Yusuke Kusaba. And on the right, it looks like Takahashi has a pretty huge leap in the series, but we are here at the 3rd round, and we do have 6 rounds in Japan, so we still have this is like the turning point. This is the midpoint of the series. Let's see how Takahashi handles it, and is he going to keep leading after this round, or is somebody going to take over? Going to be very interesting to see. Now I will try to tune into the live stream chat as well, and we have Joyce from Formula Drift USA. She is looking over the live stream. Thank you, Joyce, and hello to the Formula Drift USA family. And here we go. There was no sound. It looks like that was Takahashi's interview. That was Kazumi Takahashi, who is leading the series right now. And it sounded like the weather was supposed to be bad this weekend, but it turned out being very, very nice. I have no complaints. I have zero complaints whatsoever. It does get pretty hot up here, but there's a nice breeze going through here. I cannot explain how happy I am right now. So, so hopefully you guys are here to watch your favorite drivers and also cheer on the drivers. Maybe you'll become a new fan of some of these drivers that are out here. Yes, I will try to explain about the drivers as much as possible. And if I could listen into what the judges are saying as well, I will try to translate that as much as possible as well. But I think there's not going to be a whole lot of talking. I'll try to not speak while the cars are driving so you could hear the beautiful melody the cars are going to be spitting out, and some of the tire smoke, tires screaming. So who are you guys here to watch for this live stream? Let me know what you guys think, and also what do you guys think about the new layout? Have you guys watched any of the Instagram posts by these drivers? And something just went on with the live stream. I think that was the pit. Looks like it was a green and black car. That might be Takashi's pit. They look like they were working on the vehicles. But here you are. This is the stand. Let's say if you're starting leaving the gate, it's the right side, I believe. Right in front of the last outside zone here at Ebisu Circuit. If you've been here, you already know how this place is. And also, if you're ever in Japan, if you love cars, if you like cars or drifting, you may want to pay a visit here. Ebisu Circuit has, their own safari park. If you have kids, you could bring them out here too, and also, come watch some drifting as well. And I think the first car that is up is warming up in the burnout box. So it looks like we are about to kick off the third round of Formula Drift Japan. And I don't know if this is a Pond's car. Or not. Looks like one of the Team Thailand vehicles were getting worked on. There's approximately 42 drivers out here today going for the top 32 spot. So 10 drivers will be leaving. Well, not leaving, but they're not going to be able to compete for tomorrow's top 32 head-to-head battles. So yes, we do still have qualifiers here in Japan, in FD Japan, and they have the seating bracket battles in the Formula Drift USA series from the beginning of this year. Now let's go ahead and start off with Shinichi Uemura from Team 41 Style Racing Uemura Sangyo. A little wide towards the end of the outside zone 1. Looks like he fills it pretty good, but does not fill the outside zone until the end. Loses angle. Kind of sticks around in the touch and go a little too long, and the switchback finishes off the track. So very clean run. Kind of gives you an example of how the track is going to look when the drivers are on here driving and drifting. There you go. You see there's a little wide, a tire off at the end of outside zone 1, then does not make it into the outside zone 2. Kind of fills it at the end and has to lose angle. So that was it for Uemura's first run. Now these drivers has 2 runs. We're going to go down from the ranking, the lowest to high. Some of these drivers did not compete the last 3 rounds. Like Uemura, I have not seen Uemura in the first round. or I'm sorry, maybe the second. All right, so we have the scores. You guys are guessing. I think that was probably like in the 60s, but that's just me. Because I'm not a judge. I am a judge in the FDUSA series. And we have 3 other judges. There you go. Good guess. First run for Uemura. It's a 69. So I am one of the rotating judges in the U.S. I'll be doing 6 rounds in the USA series. And we also have Reese, Vernon, and Brian Eggert rotating. So I'm actually not going to be at the next round at the New Jersey. So I will be back for the St. Louis round after that. Now let's go ahead and move on to the next driver. This is Kazuya Oshima from Good Ride Motorsports. He is a current GT driver. I think GT 500 Toyota Works driver. So he's a factory-backed racing driver competing here in Formula Drift Japan. Whoa! That is a huge mistake. He misses the big portion of outside zone 1. And obviously that's probably going to be an incomplete because that was a huge halt. Almost went into the tire barrier after the outside zone 1. That is kind of intimidating. I did do a few laps out here on the stock automatic ISFs that we have from Formula Drift Japan, the drift ride-alongs. Drift ride. And after you kick it sideways at the initiation, it looks kind of intimidating going into the outside zone 1 because there's a tire barrier after that. So the drivers have to overcome that fear as well. Not fear, but intimidation, I would say. So yes, that's probably going to be an incomplete. There you go. There's a good ride, girls. All cheering on the drivers. And yes, it's an official incomplete for Oshima. Hopefully we can see him put a score down for the second run. All right, now we have car number 84. This is Charles Ng from, this is, I think, Megan Team Track Day. Charles Ng. I've driven with him in the States too. He's an ex-Formula Drift USA driver driving this beautiful Toyota 86. Nice job on outside zone 1. Fills the zone. And fills most of the outside zone 2. I would say this is probably the best line we've seen yet for the past few drivers here. And man, I'm expecting that to be a pretty good score here because of the line. Now the style judge also watches, you know, how they initiate and how they get back on throttle. And there's a lot of things that they look at. But let's see how he is going to score here. What do you guys think? I think that's a pretty solid run. Just from experience. So the first run I saw from Uemura, I said about, you know, in the 60s, and he got a 69. So I would have to say that's got to be somewhere around maybe 80s. See, at least I could just say, you know, I could guess and say 80s, and if it's an 80 or 89, I'm right. So what do you guys think? Yeah, there's a lot of scores coming out. I think I see a lot of 80s. Some people are in the 90s. Some people in the 60s. Some people in 70s. There you go, 77. Close enough, close enough. So we got Charles with the 77, line 31, angle 28, and style 18. Maybe because he was not as aggressive, but I'd have to say as a first score, being in the 70s, high 70s, should give you a good chance to stay in it. So I'm pretty sure he's going to go harder for the second run. Now we're going to move on to the next driver, car number 808. It is Tomoki Tanaka from Team VSR, Bridge Links, Good Ride, driving the aggressive-looking JZX 100 Chaser. This man is a wild driver as well. Whoa, riding that wall at the outside zone 2. of angle coming down from the outside zone 2 to the inside clip, and finishes off the outside zone at the end. Well, I'd have to say very similar. I'm going to have to give it a score the way the judges are scoring it today. I think what the style judge saw from Charles Ng's run, maybe it was more the throttle commitment. And it looks like Tanaka has some more throughout the track, but looks similar at the outside zone 1. So I have to, my guess would probably have to be somewhere close to what Charles Ng got, or maybe a little bit more because of more commitment with angle and the throttle. But I'd have to say it wasn't as clean though, so give or take, should be somewhere around the same. And that's just my guess. But we got, hey man, you got 111, 80s, late 70s, mid 70s. All right, high five to the person who gets it right. Yeah, so yeah, Matt Mike Woodhead is this year and not FD Japan. So he's not here. He's taking a year off. Hopefully we can see him again next year. And now we have the result here, 74. So there are some areas where the style judge actually, there's a little bit more. Oh, this is different. This is not me. That was, I'm sorry. The car number was wrong. It's supposed to be number 5, Tomoki Tanaka. And the visual showed 808. 808 is Miyagi, but yes, car. There you go. They're going to redo the score. Here in a minute, I think. Who got that right? Who said 74? All right, they're gonna go ahead and and so how you guys been doing? This is the other stand that is to the left of us at the judging stand. We're kind of lucky because we're in the shade and the breeze is nice, but I think being under the sun, you need to wear some sunscreen. And if you're out there in the pits, out in the stands, make sure you stay hydrated. For his first run. Ohio to everybody. Ohio, Big Steve. How y'all doing out there? Let me know where you're watching and tuning in from the live stream. Actually, I want to know what time it is where you're watching from, guys. All right, the next driver is up. This is car number 808, Nagayasu Miyagi in the ZN686. He is from Car Guy Racing, his first lap. Let's see how he's going to handle the track. Ooh, not a flick. A straight, I think he couldn't kick out the rear of the car, so he had a straight line entry, and that pretty much messed him up. That's probably going to be an incomplete because it's pretty much a halt, a stall after, almost spinning out. So, not bad in time. Okay, so there's nobody watching from like 3 in the morning, right? Right now? Oh, shoot. It's 5 a.m. in Germany. Oof. Thanks for tuning in, guys. This is probably going to go on for, I'm guessing, probably about 2 hours or so. So, make sure if you can watch to the end. And it's going to be an official incomplete for Miyagi. Mr. Miyagi's first run. Hopefully he can come back with a score on the board for a second run. There's some people watching the English live stream from Japan. Hey, come on out tomorrow. You're close enough. If you're within 100, 200 kilometers, not bad of a drive. All right, the next driver up is going to be car number 610, Kei Murakami from Village Up. This is a brand new GR86 that was built, I think, in the last year. It's got a V8 turbo. Has not been too successful this year with the vehicle. Let's see how he's going to do here. And wow, that was a lot of angle coming in. And it looked like he did great on outside zone 1. But shallow line on outside zone 2 and the inside clip. Over-rotated a little bit at the inside clip and could not make it to the outside zone or fill the outside zone all the way at the end. I think the entry, this might be taken by the judges as too much because we are not looking for, the judges are not looking for reverse entries or backies. They're cool to do. They're cool to do at demos and stuff like that, but it's a little hard to drive behind. So I don't know. They might not. I don't want to speak too soon, but they might not even score that one. I'm not sure. I think they are scoring it, but they're going to include the mistakes that he made as well. So. So yes, that was a V8 GR86. A lot of torque. And yes, I see the scores coming in as well. So Kei Murakami, first run is going to be a 57. So I think he included the drivers included, the line score being low, a lot of angle score, but the line score being low since he missed most of the other outside zones and whatnot. And now we are about to watch the next driver make her way through and make it into the top 32. Tomorrow it is car number 919, Echo Gao from China, driving the 1087X 2JZ powered S13. This car looks mean. It's a left-hand drive, and she is an excellent driver. Could not fill the outside zone 1 correctly, but she makes her way to the wall. Nice wall ride there at outside zone 2. Comes out, touch and go, inside clip, a lot of angle. And fills the last outside zone. So I'd have to say, minus the outside zone 1 area, she does a pretty good job and very steady. Clean run by Echo. She's a very successful driver back home from China. And she is out here, made it up to Formula Drift Japan, starting from FDJ 2 last year. And she is one hell of a driver. Now driving the 1087X. Rocket Bunny, Arrow, full body kit, white body kit, S13 Sylvia. A lot of S15s, but not so many S13s left anymore. And I think this car was built at Fat 5 Racing. Echo. First run, 75. So her first run, she is second place right now after 7 drivers. Who guessed the 75? You guys are awesome. Levi said 76. That was pretty close. And the next driver, here you go, guys. The fan favorite here, car number 11, Sam Lucas from Team Summit, driving the S15. Very, very famous YouTuber here, driving the S15, pink. Oh no! Summit! I would say that is performance as well, but he knocked over the tire barrier after the outside zone 1, but he keeps on going. He does not stop. Oh, Summit, gotta stay in the track. But he went in pretty hard, and that's the outcomes of, did not want anybody to test out the tires, but it's actually not, I don't know how much damage his car has. Oh, but watching the left rear quarter panel, it doesn't look like it hurt too much. Good thing that was a tire barrier, though, that moves. Because if that was a concrete, that was like a K-rail or something, would not look good. Damn it, Summit. Hey, but he's got second run, so pretty sure he's gonna do it for you guys out there. So I spoke to him a little bit yesterday. He said some understeering issues that he had. But yeah, he still has a second run, so looking forward to that one. And the tire barrier was just fixed by the Ebisu circuit track staff. Thank you to them. The heroes behind the scene there, taking care of everything so we can have an event here. Always a huge thanks to them. And here we go. We have the next driver up. This is another big body vehicle. It's car number 33. It is Shigehisa Sasayama from Team Frontier next. Driving the ABC10 Lexus RC Coupe. Or RC's all coupe. Could not fill the outside zone 1. Struggles to get out the outside zone 2. Finishes off the track. Yes, this Lexus is beautiful, but he does not fill the outside zone 1 and has a hard time filling outside zone 2. That's going to hurt his score a lot on the line side, and also there's a huge stall when he was going through the outside zone 1 as well. And to be honest, after the touch and go and the switchback, there is, you know, it's kind of a downhill, and a lot of you probably driven here with the Nishi short track, and it's pretty much the same way you're coming down. But, you know, some people I've seen during practice, some people spin out at the inside clip 1 area, leaving the touch and go. But that is a scored run, waiting for the outcomes. Man, I don't mind sitting out here all day today. This is such a great weather. I'm probably jinxing myself because tomorrow, I don't know, the weather report doesn't look like, doesn't look too great. So we got some scores. What do you guys think? Yeah, it is a nice day out here. Right now, I think the temperature is like in Celsius, like 30 or so. Oh, and I'm sorry, I didn't even read it off. Sasayama's run was a 56. And now we have Pawn from Nexter Drive to Drift, all the way from Thailand. Nice switch back there, doesn't fill the outside zone all the way, and misses the outside zone too, right on the outside. Shallows up a little bit, deep in the touch and go at the end of the touch and go. Nice switch back and angle at the inside clip and finishes off the track. A lot of these drivers are really having a hard time. They're struggling to stay on the outside zones, especially outside zone 1 and outside zone 2. Yes, this is West Course. There's some wind out here. Nice breeze going on. I guess it's a little windy. But yes, West Course, Nishi Course. And like I said, some of you have been visiting Ebisu circuit before. You've probably driven on the half of this track layout is actually the Nishi short course coming off of the hill. So it's like a Nishi long and Nishi short combined and made into one course. All right, we see a lot of 60s. I kind of have to agree with you the way they are judging this. It looks like it would probably be somewhere around there because of the way he was not able to fill some of the zones. And I always, here's my advice to people who are, oh, there you go, 65. So Pawn gets a 65 for his first run. Car number 59. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his name, and I don't want to butcher it. But yes, I would usually say try to trace a line first, then go for the others. So you know where to place your cars. And next driver up, car number 212. It's Ryutaro Oe from Good Ride Motorsports driving. This is probably the only rotary here, the 3-rotor FD3S RX-7. His father is Fujinaka. He is an ex-Formula Drift Japan driver. And this was his car, and now his son is piloting this FD. The sound of the 3-rotor is amazing. Nice job on the outside zone 1. Fills some of the outside zone 2. Man, I'd have to say that was a pretty good job by Oe on the outside zones. Nice angle going into the outside zone 1. Fills the zone pretty good. So I'd have to say the line score should be on the higher side of it. Man, watching the runs and comparing them, I'd have to say maybe this might be the first driver that might get into the 80s. How many of you guys are rotary fans? I don't know anything about rotary, but I know one thing though. They sound pretty awesome. And Oe, this guy's a pretty aggressive driver. I think he's like in his mid-20s. You know, it's in his DNA. His father is also an ex-FD Japan driver. And you have the Good Ride girls cheering on this driver. I am looking forward to seeing how his score. And 84. Ryutaro Oe with the 84. The young driver makes it into the 80s, and he is the first one to get there. So he's first right now after 11 drivers, their first runs. Have to say, great job. They were, a lot of the drivers were having a hard time seeing the outside zone. Thank you to the track staff at Ebisu Circuit. They cleaned up the outside zone 1. Yes, Oe killed it. And the next driver up is car number 13, Mikey Nakamura from Mikey Racing with Team Kozama. Team Kozama with Mikey Racing. He's driving this brand new built GR86. He is a winner of FDJ2 from the 2023 season and now making it up to the Formula Drift Japan Series. Hard turn here at the outside zone one, a lot of angle. Fills the zone. Mikey running the outside line. Gets pretty close to the wall. Feels the touch and go, and man, I'd have to say this is probably one of the more exciting runs that I've seen today as well. But now it's really up to the judges. What are they going to say about the near backwards entry at the outside zone one? All right, what do you guys think about this? He is a Brazilian driver. I think he's lived in Japan since he was a kid. Younger. And I remember he kept damaging and breaking his diff for practice yesterday and the day before. So he was not able to practice too much yesterday. But it looks like he just kind of went for it and it really stuck. So I have to say that was a very good judgment by him, just going at it. Going 100%, and it looks like it might be a good outcome. But like I said, it really depends on how the judges see that. Do they think that's too much angle at the outside zone one? Or was that going to be good enough to the point where it's going to put him into a good position here? Actually, when you look at the Nobori flags, looks like there's a lot of wind. I think I'm kind of under a tent with a lot of things next to me, so I don't feel the wind, but it's nice and breezy for me, so I have no complaints whatsoever. Now let's wait for the score. There you see us, the judging stand, and you could probably see here you go, the flag going because of the wind. There you go. 73. So yeah, maybe they didn't like the entry. But I'd have to say, that's a mid-70s, so he does have a lot more he can cover. The next driver up, car number 57, is Kanta from Team Orange with Linglong Tire. Kanta only doing a few rounds. He is driving in a rally series in Japan. A young driver from Team Orange, and last year's champion here at Formula Drift Japan, driving this R34Z. The tire off, but fills the zone completely. Driving like an ex-champ, well, last year's champ here, fills the zones completely. And there you go. A very, very clean run by Kanta. As you can see on the replay, 2 tires off at the beginning of the outside zone one. Now, this really, really depends on what the line judge is going to score. He is deep in all the, deep into all the zones, but is a little too wide on the outside zone one. So it really depends on how much of a deduction that's going to be, because it is critical. But here you go, that's a Team Orange cheerleader. Hope you guys enjoy that. And yeah, now it really depends. Yes, you're right. It is a VR30. It's got a VR GTR motor in it, and it is the old 370Z chassis, and they converted everything. And it is a 82 by Kanta, 82. So I'd have to say that was a just right amount of angle going through outside zone one. And he did have 2 tires off at the outside zone one. Just imagine if he wasn't off track right there, it might have been a little bit more on the plate, but it's an 82 for the first one. Good job by last year's champion, Kanta. Now, This driver, car number 31, it's Ye Ji Chen from Team 441 BW Academy. A lot of angle, a lot of throttle. Fills the outside zone 1, fills the second outside zone, super close to the wall, even touching the wall. Oh no, a little bit of a correction. And spins out. What just happened? That was kind of a threw away the good run. I know that was very exciting. He was the deepest in the wall at the outside zone 2, but unfortunately he wraps himself around at the inside clip after the touch and go. Check out this driver. Ye is very aggressive, and he's been like that all weekend. And this guy is one guy to look out for. Super deep in the outside zone 2 from the beginning. But yes, the radius gets, there's less radius coming out of the second outside zone, and he had to angle up. I'm not sure the wall tap messed up his rhythm going to the inside clip, but that's going to be an incomplete. But man, I am looking forward to seeing his second run, because this is one heck of a driver that could really, really throw down. So yeah, Ji Chen with the C8 A31 Zafiro. Incomplete. And here's Kanta, last year's champion. Seems happy with this first run, I think. And let's move on to the next driver. Next driver is car number 125, Yoshika Tamagawa, driving the Car Guy Racing with the 5X JZA80 Supra. Packed with the 2J, of course. Yes, it is a Supra, bro. Let's go ahead and see. This driver is also an exciting driver. Ooh, a lot of dirt from the beginning. 2 tires off, and a lot of sand coming. All right, give us 1 second. We just got blasted by a lot of sand. All right, so sorry about that. We just got blasted by Tamagawa's sandstorm after he hit the outside zone 1, and all the sand came up here, and pretty much we got blasted. You know what he said? He was like, "Screw you, judges!" Came at it. All right. All right, we're back in service. Yeah, that might have been personal. I don't know. I wouldn't do that to the judges. Yep, exactly. Sand it. Not send it, sand it. So yeah, so there was a distraction, so I think they're just rechecking I mean, the run itself was a pretty good run, minus the dirt and the off course at the outside zone 1, because that was about 2 tires off. I mean, going to the middle of the outside zone 1, but pretty good run. Jokes aside, good run by Tamagawa. Sand it, full sand. There you go, full sand, sand it. Well, let's see what the outcomes are on the score by these judges. Man, I feel gross now. See, you know what? It was nice and breezy. It's a nice day. The weather, temperature, everything is perfect. But Tamagawa had to come and mess that up for me. So I think I'm gonna have a go talk to him personally later after this. Here you go. So that was tires off. I don't think that's going to be an unchaseable, but I think there was a lot of deduction because of the outside zone 1 area going off. 2 tires off. It wasn't 3. So Tamagawa gets a 60. Gets the 60. Yes, showered with sand here. We have another Supra. 2 Supras in a row. Right here we have Chiem Benjamin from Team Kazama with Motis. Ben in his... He's been waiting for his S15 Silvia to get built, but this is his, car that he's been competing in. It's a JZA 80 Supra. Let's see how he's going to do for his first qualifier run. There you go. Fills the outside zone 1 pretty good. Makes his way to the wall. Gets close enough to the wall. Leaves the outside zone 2 a little early. And finishes off the track. Now Benjamin, during his qualify, he looks like he was struggling a little bit on setup. And makes his way through, but I think he put together an okay run for his first run. He did okay on the outside zone 1. Would have been a little bit better if he was able to fill the outside zone 2 a little bit better by the wall. But the rest of the track, he does good. So now it's really up to the judges and what they think. See a lot of 70s here. Benjamin gets a 67. 67 for his first run. Thought maybe it might be in the 70s, but it's a 67. So the line score could have been a little better. Like if he could have filled the outside zone 2 a little better, that would have definitely put him into the 70s. But we'll see what his second run is going to be like. Right now, late 70s isn't actually that bad. Because most of the score is somewhere around the 70s, so he still has a lot more points to pick up. Now the next driver is car number 93. It's Yuichi Amagai from Perfect Style, driving its S15, the Banana S15. I just call it that, but barely makes it into the outside zone 1. Scuffs the end of the outside zone 2 wall. Finishes the track. I agree with the redrawing the lines, but that's just I'm just telling you what's going on the track, and that's really up to what the track staff wants to do and the event wants to do. But I know a lot of the drivers were talking about, not being able to see the outside zone 1, but it's going to be harder to put things on the track too much, where a lot of the drivers go off track, knocks over the cones, and whatnot. So, what do you guys think? I see a lot of 60s. I may have to agree with a lot of you right there. His car has a 2J. Most of these cars are all 2Js. There's only a few VRs. I think one SR. Here you go. Yuichi guy with a 68. 68. So we are almost, maybe not yet, but almost through halfway. Here next we have lined up with the car with the GR86. This is a brand new build as well. Car number 17 is Jin Harino from Tops Racing Toyo with TSA Group Mu. Feels the end of outside zone 1. Does okay at the wall, a little shallow at the inside clip. And finishes off the track. What do you guys think of Harino's run? Very subtle. This GR86 is also packed with the 2J. I think he does a pretty good job at the inside, the outside zone 2 wall area. A little shallow on the angle at the switchback at the inside clip. See a lot of 70s. Scores. Oh, Harino, not in the 70s. He's a 68. 68 for his first run. But I'd have to say Harino, yes, there's an area, some areas where he can work on, but overall he has a score, which is a good thing. Let's see how he's going to do for a second run. Now another driver from outside of Japan. This is Jerry from TMS Racing Team Goodride driving the E92 BMW. It's Jerry Zhu. Yeah, that's right. Jerry Zhu. Really hard to pronounce. But here he goes. Jerry's first run in this E92 BMW. A little bit of a correction there going to the outside zone 2. Very smooth run by Jerry. Does good filling the outside zone 1, but there's a hesitation on the switchback going to the outside zone 2. Very smooth, gentle, I would say. A gentle run by Jerry. Maybe I'll start calling him Gentle Jerry. All right, so that is I think it's a 2J powered E92. One of the cars from TMS Racing. So Jerry gets a 71. Jerry gets a 71. And now we have a vehicle that you don't see so much in competition. In a drift competition, that is. Car number 870, Akihiro Hanawa, driving the DGR Racing with Goodride. DGR Speedmaster Z4. Fukuchi. That's more than 3 tires off. So he does drift through the track, but I believe that's going to be an incomplete because that was, I think, almost 4 tires off. Yeah, and a stall too. This vehicle, interesting, BMW Z4, powered by a VQ. But yes, that's probably going to be an incomplete. Let's go ahead and watch it. Is it going to be official? Yeah, it's an incomplete. It's official, but he does still have one more run. So hopefully he could put down a score there for the second run. Now next driver, Konosuke Fujimoto, driving the D-Racing S15 Silvia. And his crew chief is the infamous drift legend, Koguchi. And now this beautiful looking S15 is a lot of angle, switchback. Oh! It looked like it was going good, but he started to left foot brake, but I think he left foot brake too early and couldn't get back on throttle. It was looking really good, but right here he started to, I think he left foot brake too early where the RPM didn't come up as quickly. So I'm guessing he was probably wanting the rear end to swing around a little bit more. It looks like did not work out. So that's going to be official incomplete. But like I said, these drivers have 2 runs. Still have a second chance after this. I really, really like this car. The way it looks, it's very pretty. Got a lot of style. Looks really fresh. All right, here you go. This is drone footage where the pits are at. All the tents out there. Many teams. Some big teams like Team Kazama, Team Good Ride, Team Cusco. These are pretty big teams that have multi-cars. And a lot of the smaller teams are, single tent. Usually, compared to the U.S., a lot of the drivers and teams here are very compact. Some of them arrive with a truck and 1 car and 1 service car and a few people. And here you go, an interview from the pits by Marina. In front of the TMS Racing pits. They're all getting ready to drive. And here you go, that's the VR powered E92 BMW. Beautifully built. It's pretty cool. Straight to the intercooler from the throttle body. Very beautiful build by TMS Racing. Yeah, so I guess no interview, but All right, so we have the next driver up, car number 666. It's Shuichi Mano driving the Vitour Racing with Chatty Boy style. He is one of the privateer teams driving this one via. Pass to the 2J. Oh! This track, you could kind of tell what's going to happen right after they start initiating and how they're going to end up. Came in a little too hot. And this particular track, you kind of have to slow down really, really hard right before you get into the outside zone 1 area. And the speed control really, really makes a big difference here. So looks like he was flying into the turn and goes off track. So that's most likely going to be an incomplete. Yeah, that outside zone 1 cone is having a bad day. Next driver, car number 86, Keiichi Takashima in the Team Kazama with Motis. This is another big body RC. He's going in really hot and boom. That cone has been a target all day today. And yeah, I think it is the pole's fault. All right, so yeah, he came in hot, and it did look like, you know, he wasn't going to be able to clear the outside zone 1. Knocks over the second outside zone 1 cone. So, yes, that's probably going to be an incomplete as well. Yeah, the cone's not having a good day. Yes, I think some of you are probably talking about, you know, you throw it, you chuck it, and you kind of have to get on throttle to leave the zone 2 instead of keep sliding. But next, another exciting driver up, car number 999, Naoki Nakamura from Team Valino and N-Style. He should be able to clear this. Oh, doesn't fill the outside zone 1 all the way, but makes his way to the outside zone 2. Gets close enough to the wall. A lot of popping from his 2J GR86. And makes his way through. Now that's a score. Not the perfect outside zone 1. But should be a solid score in my opinion. A lot of left foot braking there from Nakamura. And Nakamura driving in Drift Masters last year. And I'm pretty sure that's a lot of walls and outside zones he's probably experienced. And, you know, of course, you know, expert drivers learn really quickly. And is now back here for the FD Japan Series. Maybe one of these days we'll see him compete in the US as well. Naoki Nakamura, first run is a 71. So he was docked a little bit on the line. Does miss the middle part of the outside zone 1. But he has a score there, so we'll go ahead and move on to the next driver. Next driver, another driver from outside of Japan, from Thailand, driving the next year Drive to Drift GR86. It's Pop. Very aggressive flick. Oh, missing a huge amount of the outside zone 1. Here you go. So Pop, aggressive entry, but a little off on the line. Doesn't make it into the outside zone 1. And tries to make his way to the outside zone 2 wall area, but makes it in the beginning and only the end. Losing a little bit of an angle coming out the outside zone 2 and finishing off the track. Very aggressive, a lot of throttle, but I would have to say line-wise is not looking too good. But that's a score for sure, so let's see what he gets. Man, hands down to these drivers coming from outside of Japan. Because I really, really know how it feels to have to compete in a different country than you live in, especially with the language barrier and the support. You know, I was lucky enough, you know, I was able to get good enough support in the U.S. So car number 89, Pop. First qualifying run is going to be a 67. The 67. Yes, a gorgeous car. Car looks beautiful. These GR86s look super smooth. They look good. All right, now let's move on to another young driver. This is a high school student driver. Car number 131, Ryuma from Samurai Style with Team Orange Jr. This is Kanta's JZX 100 that he drove in the 2023 season where he won the series. So it's a championship car. And Ryuma, 2 tires off at the end of the outside zone 1, but a lot of angle, fills the zone and gets really deep. And change in the angle, but does ride the wall fairly well and makes his way around the outside zone 1. Clean, subtle run by Ryuma. A little bit of a, line adjustment that he had to make going to the outside zone 2. Rides the wall fairly well. Not as deep in the angle, but as a first run, this should be very, very in the books. See from the top where the drone, that's Ryuma driving down behind the judges stand and the spotter stand, going back to the pits. Ryuma's first run is a 74. It's a 74. All right, next driver, car number 530. It's Masuyama. It's Wataru Masuyama from the Good Ride Motorsports with Evangelion Racing. This is the EVA RT Unit 02. Good Ride GR Yaris. Masuyama, ex-Formula Drift USA driver. This guy is exciting to see. Look at this quick entry, and he fills the zone fairly well. That was really good at outside zone 1. Creeps his way through the outside zone 2 wall. Man, this might be one of the more perfect line scores I would see. Masuyama knows it. as a ex-FDUSA competitor, he probably knows what he needs to do on the outside zones. But a good job, Evangelion livery on this car all year. Him and his teammate Hibino. Yeah, another exciting driver that, it's hugely missed in the U.S. Watching his run here on the replay from the drone, FPV drone. I mean, the line looks pretty good. So now it's really up to the style and the angle judges. And here you go, it's a 73. Okay, so the line is pretty good, but I guess the angle is not enough. And the style, that's about 20 points just on I'm sorry, 22 points just on angle and style. So it's a 73. All right, now this loud car, I'm not even going to attempt to talk while he's driving. It is Daigo Saito, ex-Formula Drift USA champion, car number 87 from Fat Five Racing, driving his Toyota Altezza with the Mopar NASCAR V8 on nitrous. Fills the outside zone. A lot of throttle. Fills the outside zone too. Talk about the line being perfect. This should be one of the higher line scores that we will see today, and also a lot of throttle throughout the track. Good job by Daigo Saito, driving like an ex-FDUSA champ. So there you go. A lot of you are saying, this is probably a hard track to drive, but probably not to Daigo. So good drive. Yes, it's a V8. It's a Mopar NASCAR V8. And he has another vehicle that he debuted this year, was a Supra with a Toyota TRD NASCAR V8. But that one had issues, and he is driving this temporarily. And hopefully that GR Supra comes back for one of these rounds. Man, I want to drive his Altezza. All right, so Daigo, first run's a 77. All right. So high score on the line, but has some score on the table that he has not got. So we'll see what he's going to get for his second run. Now the next driver up is the next FD Japan champ, driving the Cusco Racing GR86. It is car number 774, Hokuto Matsuyama. Got out of shape at the outside zone 1. I see the judges gesture. That might be an incomplete at the outside zone 1. Yeah, I think, some of you say, I see you want to see the cutoff line. I know they do that, but it's very, very limited on what they do here compared to the U.S., so bear with us. And, I'm not even judging today, so you guys can't complain about me or the U.S. judges. So, wherever you guys all feel and dislike us as judges. Nobody anywhere is a good judge. So that's an incomplete here in Matsuyama. Hopefully he can put together a clean run for a second run. So yeah, hopefully, come on guys, I know you guys, I know a lot of you are just watching it just to enjoy it, but just enjoy it. I know, not a fan of the negative comments, but it's okay. Everybody has a right to say whatever they want to say. Next car driver is a champion, a young champion coming from Thailand. Car number 56, Ming Ming from Mr. DIY Ling Long Tire. Drift Team Orange, GR86. Coming in hot. Coming in hot and 2 tires off, but clears the outside zone 1. Very exciting to see. And now this driver is creeping up to the wall. Outside zone 2, clears the outside zone 2 wall. Now makes his way to the touch and go. And another switchback. Looks like he is. Clean run by Ming Ming here. Very, very impressive. This driver looks like he does better and better. He was driving S15 Sylvia last year under the same team and same livery. This year he is in this brand new build GR86 and it looks like it is doing well for him. Some tires off at the outside zones, but I would have to say very nice and clean run by this young driver. Yeah, so it looks like, just reading off the live stream, yeah, there hasn't been 32 drivers yet. A score popped up. I don't think that was the right one. Excuse us. Right now we have 20 drivers with scores. Yeah, no, I think the chat, you know, you have a freedom to say what you want to say, so feel free to say whatever, as long as it's, you know, not, you know, the bad stuff where it's got to be censored. All right, Ming Ming with a 71. I guess the style judge was not happy with some of the areas on that run. But yes, going back to, you know, talking about judge, it's a tough job. But man, I gotta tell you, man, I've probably seen thousands and thousands of runs. So you have to give us some trust in our calls, because we do see some things that some people don't see sometimes, and we're not able to explain it sometimes. So I think in the FDUSA they do after the round commentary by Reese in the Formula Drift YouTube. So go ahead and check that out as well, so we can clear things up there after the rounds. Now the next driver is also an expert driver, car number 19. It's Yukio Matsui from M2 Evolution, Matsumoto Kiyoshi, F22 BMW. This is a V8 BMW. The car, there's no other car in Japan that I've seen that drifts that is the same vehicle in the chassis and also has a V8 in it. That's pretty awesome to see this car. Long sweep, kind of misses the outside zone 1. He's baking a lot of tire at outside zone 2. A lot of left foot braking going on over there. Very subtle transition from the inside clip to the last outside zone. Now watching Matsui's run. Looks like he is he looks like he's being very careful to put down a score. Trying to check off all the marks the judges are giving, but I think he was left foot braking really hard because he kind of missed the first half of the outside zone 2 and try to make up for it. So let's see how he does. Yeah, so like I was saying earlier, yeah, go back. If you haven't seen it yet, go ahead and talk or go ahead and watch the Formula Drift YouTube channel. We have our fellow judge, Reese Marin, talk about the calls. So I won't be at the New Jersey round, but I'll be back for the St. Louis round. And here you go, Matsui with the 67. The line and the style score, not as much as some of the drivers, but that's the score for his first run. Yeah, so we have the rotating judges, so I will not be making it to the New Jersey round, but we have our other 3 judges. Vernon, an expert, known him for a while, very good guy, and I haven't known Reese too much, but very straightforward, good eye. He's he has a drifting school, and Brian Eggert, a long-term Formula Drift U.S. judge. And you saw Takahashi's pits, and you saw Yamashita, both of them. They usually have this thing in Japan where they're, when they want you to, when you're getting ready for something, they usually do like a key, like a very spiritual thing where they want concentration or whatever. They slap you in the back. I don't know. That's like I'm kind of a fake Japanese guy, so I don't know anything too much about all this rituals. But I think it is like a good luck ritual thingamajig. So back to the pits here from the TMS Racing. See the two drivers here. To the right, that's Yamashita. He used to drive the World Car. He is an ex-FD Japan champ. And to the left is TMS Racing is owned by his father, the son of the owners, Kazumi Takahashi. They both drive with BMWs. Takahashi's BMW is with the VR, and Yamashita's BMW is packed with the 2J. Now let's move on to the next driver. Car number 770, it's Yoshitatsu Kaneda driving the Cusco Racing GR-Yaris. This thing was driven by Hiroya Minoa last year. He is not here this round, but let's see how Kaneda is going to handle this vehicle. Tries to build the line. Not so much throttle and angle. Very kind of taking it corner by corner, in my opinion. But I think he felt that the line is probably very important. Time to, yeah, you know what? I do want to drive a car for fun. Watching drifting. When I get some time, hopefully I can go back out to the track and go rip a car around somewhere. But yeah, I was able to drive the drift ride taxi here, and give ride-alongs, and I get to drive an automatic ISF out here on the track at FD Japan. But I have fun. But driving cars with crazy steering mods and a lot of horsepower would be also fun too. So hopefully I could do one of those fun rides. And here's the score. Kaneda with a 69, a low style score, but a higher line score. So he got what he wanted. He did fill the zones as much as possible, but not with a lot of aggression. So that's where the speed, I'm sorry, not speed, the style judge dinged him for the points. Yeah, you saw that, my FD Orlando hat. This was actually a gift from one of my friends that works with Formula Drift, Ed. Thank you. I like this hat. It looks like a championship, like team hat from like, you know, baseball or basketball, NBA or something. I love it. And here we go. We got the next driver. This is another exciting driver to watch. Car number 111. It's Tetsuya Hibino driving the Good Ride Motorsports with Evangelion MRT Unit 01. Good Ride C. Here you go. A lot of angle. Feels the outside zone 1 fairly well. Feels the outside zone 2. Loses his pace at the wall, but he fills the zone very well. A lot of angle going through the inside clip and finishes off the track. Man, this driver is another exciting driver. A lot of throttle, a lot of angle, and it looks like he was able to put together a pretty clean run. Look at how much angle he kicks out. The judges should like that. The initial initiation. Fast rate to angle. Fast rate to high angle, I would say. So Evangelion did really good. The Eva themed livery. Y'all like that, right? I think I watched Evangelion once or twice before, but it's crazy that this is, I think that anime is like probably 20 years ago or something. Very old school, but there's a lot of fans still around. And that's why they're rocking the livery there. And here we go. 81. Hibino with the 81. Hibino makes it into the 80 club there. Some of you able to... yeah, I thought it was going to be a little bit higher than the 81, but... there's a question. Yeah, of course I would love to do grid life. Whenever, if I have the chance to go over there, I would do it. So one of these days, hopefully I'll be able to see you guys out there on U.S. American soil and driving again. You guys like Gundam better? All right, another driver going up. It's R35. It's Ikuo Saito from Moti's West Auto. Car number 73. DR Powers GTR. Makes it through the outside zone 1. And that heavy body is really helping him out this time, but not at outside zone 2. Does not fill the zone well. Does not go to the touch and go. And that is it. I'd have to say Saito did a good job at outside zone 1, but he kind of started to fall apart after that. The switchback could not make it. So car number 73, Ikuo Saito, gets a score there, but not sure because the line judge is going to ding him for points because of probably not filling the 2 zones here. With the 71, the big body R35 GTR driven by Saito gets a 71. So we're actually in the top 10 drivers right now. Currently Saito in 9th place. And here you go. Another driver, he skipped the second round at Suzuka, but he's still sitting 8th because he did really good in Fuji. Car number 4, Masanori Kohashi from Team Orange with Linglong tires, A9 Supra. Look at that car, it's flying into the outside zone 1, a lot of angle, and he makes it through the outside zone 1. That was beautiful. And makes his way to the outside zone 2, lifting the tire. Doesn't fill it as well, but a lot of throttle. And look at the smoke trail he is leaving and finishing off the last outside zone 1. And that has to be a pretty good score in my opinion. Sorry guys, I got excited. I don't want to be too loud because I don't know if you want to hear me go buck wild or listen to the car going. But I think, yeah, minus the gap that he had with the wall at the outside zone 2, Maybe a tire off at the inside clip, I'm not sure. But I'd have to say that was a pretty amazing run by Kohashi, lifting his front tire, three-wheeling it throughout the track, a lot of angle and throttle. And man, I'd have to say that's probably one of the most perfect outside zone ones I've seen all day. Man, somebody, you've seen Hiroya Minoa doing great in the US. Kanta and these three drivers actually I had my eyes on. If they drove in the US, they would be doing good. But yeah, Kohashi's one of them as well. Kanta, Kohashi, they're both, you know, from this area and Team Orange guys. And Hiroya Minoa already made his way to the US, so somebody get these guys to the States. Would make the series fun as well. Okay, so let's go high voltage a little bit. 85, Kohashi with the 85. He still has some line score. If he filled the outside zone 2 better, just imagine that could have been in the 90s. So he knows what to do for a second run, and I'm pretty sure he's going to do it. All right, so we are now going into the top 7 drivers for the series. And unfortunately, one of the drivers is not here in the top 7, but we're going to go to this next driver. Car number 77 is Team Cusco Racing, GR86 driven by Yusuke Kusaba. Now another exciting driver. Let's see how he's going to go. Let me go ahead and see if I can turn this up. And the subtle flick going into the outside zone 1, and now is he going to stay in the track? One tire off at the end of the outside zone 1, flicks it back going towards wall, outside zone 2, left foot braking into the outside zone 2, getting really close to the wall, and now deep into the touch and go. A nice switchback, not much angle, but a nice line going to the inside clip and finishing off the outside zone right before the finish line. And here you go, that's another complete run. These drivers in the top 10 knows what's going on and is filling the zones very clean. This should be a pretty promising run as well. Exciting driver, you're right. So we have the 85, yes, thank you. Joyce, 26 drivers has a score now. Kohashi with the 85, and the lowest Sasayama sitting on a 56. And here you go, Kusaba. Is getting a 85. Kusaba with also an 85. That's 2 85s in a row. It's almost like if I got excited and spoke louder, the drivers get a higher score. So maybe I'll keep doing that. I think I need to go get me an energy drink too. All right, now the next driver up, 5th place in the series is car number 555, Yukio Fausto from Sidex Japan with 5X Brazil and Liberty Walk. Another exciting driver to see, and here you go, fan favorite, deep into the outside zone 1. Nice job there by Yukio, and he is going to ride the wall here. Not as close at the outside zone 2 wall, but makes it to the touch and go, and now the switchback going to the inside clip. A lot of adjustment made, but a lot of throttle. This man has a heavy throttle going to the finish line, and that is it for Yukio Fausto. It looks like he was a little careful in some areas, but deep enough at some areas as well. Eager to see what his score is going to be, but that is one complete run made in the book for him. Here you go, the fan favorite. There's a lot of, Brazilian flag out there. Yeah, very beautiful livery. And a lot of throttle, yes, it's very smoky. I see a lot of 80s in there. Representing the Brazilian flag there. His cheerleaders are out here as well. And this should be, you know, somewhat a home track where Ebisu Circuit is, because, you know, he is running the Sideways Experience Japan out here in Koriyama, doing a lot of events and also, you know, drift ride-alongs, rentals, car repairs, so forth. Here you go, Yukio Fausto with the 81, another driver in the 80s. Good job by Yukio Fausto. Hey, Daryl Cooper, you said 81, you got it. Here you go, the top three drivers. I'm sorry, top four drivers. Now, car number 61, Mao Yamanaka, the son of one of the judges, Kenji Yamanaka, ex-FD USA driver, Good Ride Motorsports, A90 Supra, coming in hot. A lot of angle, and that's 2 tires off at the outside zone 1 area. Close to 3, but 2. Rides the wall at the outside zone 2. Good job there. Deep into the touch and go. A lot of angle at the inside clip, and finishes off wide on the outside zone before the finish line. Go see outside zone. Yep, that's 2 tires. So they will deduct 2 tires worth. But I'd have to say very deep into the turn. I think it might be better to be deep in the turn than being shallow, because it kind of sets you up in a good angle going to the next outside zone. So good job overall by Mao Yamanaka. Yeah, check that out. It's probably not 3 right there. The front left is still within, so it's going to be 2 tires off. But let's go ahead and see what the score is with the deduction. It's another 81. Mao Yamanaka with the 81. Man, just imagine if that 2 tires was not off. That would have been an extra couple more points. He might have been one of the top qualifiers, or as of now. But we'll see, because everybody still has their second run left. So I'm pretty sure there's a lot of things that they could clean up and fix for their second run. Now, top 3 driver right here, all the way from California, USA. Car number 21 is Kenshiro Gushi driving the Team Kazama with Moti, Lexus IS 500, F-Sports Performance Drift. This man knows how to ride the outside line, right on the outside line at the outside zone 1, and the switchback. He knows how to ride the wall, and there you go. Super clean on the outside zone 2. Nice angle going to the touch and go, and nice angle going to the inside clip. And finishing off the track, this man knows how to drive, ride the outside line. Current FD USA competitor here, sitting in 3rd place, right on the line at the outside zone. That might be a pretty much perfect outside line score throughout the track. Kenshiro Gushi showing us his skill. And this big body car, he said it was really heavy for the track, but it looks like it's working out really well, put together nicely. Oh, man. And I'm not being biased or anything, but this is just my opinion, but I think that was probably one of the best runs that I just saw today, line-wise and everything. It really depends on what, you know, the style judge has. But I think that was a, you know, good amount of throttle thrown down by Kenshiro Gushi. A lot of angle at all the outside zones and riding the outside line. So, yeah, it's actually harder to find mistakes on that run than finding what's good on the run, like some of the other drivers that scored lower. Expecting a lot of good comments from you guys. What do you guys think? That might be one of the first cars to make the 90s. And his score is a 93. Kenshiro Gushi gets a 93. That, yeah, man, that was a pretty good run, and I really agree upon that. There are some areas where the judges watches and probably criticizes really harsh, but when you make it, they give you a lot of score. Good job by Kenshiro Gushi. He deserved that score, and man, he is like 8 points away from the number 2 qualifier. Amazing, the first one to make it into the 90s. Good job. Now let's go ahead and see the top 2 drivers in the series here at Formula Drift Japan. Car number 37, Koichi Yamashita driving the TMS Racing Team Good Ride BMW E92. 2J pack vehicle coming in hot. A lot of speed. Slows down a little bit, not much angle. A lot of speed adjustment, but he does hit the line perfectly and kind of leaves the outside zone 2 a little early. Very subtle on the throttle and finishes off the track. But this is his first run, so the champ, Yamashita, knows where to put his vehicle. So now we have 30 drivers. Thank you to Joyce for the information. The highest score with 93, Kengushi, 56 with Sasayama. Watching the replay, the judges are putting their scores in for the first run for this ex-champ who's sitting in second right now from the TMS Racing Team in the FD Japan Series. We are almost we're almost at the halfway point of the 6 rounds we have. This is round 3. 78, Yamashita with the 78. So yes, some of the aggression was not there. He was trying to fill the zones as good as possible. But he has a score there, so I'm pretty sure he knows what to do for his second one to get a better score there. Yamashita, a veteran. He's like mid-50s and been driving for a long, long time. And here we go. Another TMS Racing Team Good Ride driver driving the BMW E92. It is Kazumi Takahashi, podiuming I think the past 2 rounds that we had, and also sitting in first right now. Huge gap in between these drivers for the series. So let's see what Kazumi Takahashi has here to show the judges his aggressiveness and skill here as the leading driver. Nice job at the outside zone 1. Fills the zone with a lot of aggression, making it to the outside zone. Ooh, kind of leaving a little bit of line outside zone 2, but a lot of throttle and a lot of angle going through the inside clip. And finishes off the track. Another run here, watching a different angle by Takahashi. Fills the outside zone 1 properly, very clean. Kind of leaves outside zone 2. It's not a full clean radius there, so it's really hard to fill. But very good job here by Kazumi Takahashi. Now, you see these vehicles built in Japan. Most of the tech rules are the same, but in Japan there is no tire to weight rule where these cars are, they have to be a certain weight to certain tire size, like the FDUSA does. So looking at Takahashi's car, it's very famous within the drivers too. Takahashi's car is very, very light, and he's on, very wider tires compared to Kenshiro Gushi's Lexus. That's a very heavy car with very wider tires, but that might have came in play here. Sometimes, if you have, just because it's lighter, it's not better, but if it's lighter, you have a lot of ability for the car. You can make them stop faster or, take off faster instead of waiting for the car to settle because of the weight compared to a heavy car. But with the beast of a machine here, Kazumi Takahashi with the 88. First one with the 88. Good job by Kazumi Takahashi. But right now we see the first place currently for the qualifying is Kenshiro Gushi in first place. Second place in Kazumi Takahashi. Here you go on the left, you see the scores. We have actually 32 drivers already with scores, but the lowest being 56. There's a lot of room to play. Several zeros and incompletes that we see, so these drivers still has a chance to make it into the top 32. Leading the pack is way in the lead is Kenshiro Gushi, and we have Kazumi Takahashi and Kohashi in third, and so forth. We'll be taking a short break, so we'll be right back after these messages for the second run of Qualify. All right, we are back for the second qualifying runs for all the drivers here at G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan 2024, Round 3, Ebisu Circuit, Nishi, West Course. They didn't have energy drinks here, so I had to get a coffee. Hopefully this is good enough. Enough caffeine to boost my excitement up for you guys. Now, second run here. Car number 41, Shinichi Uemura from the Team 41 style Racing Uemura Sangyo. JZX100 Mark II missed the outside zone 1, but his first run is a 69. He has a score and he's going off course. No! Oh no, he went to the wrong way, went into the dirt and also hit the wall. Oh man. Oh man, I don't see any movement. I'm pretty sure that might, yeah, the car's trying to move, so it looks like the driver, Uemura, is okay. Not sure what's broken on the car. Maybe he can't make it out of there. You see that beautiful JZX 100. It's going to be an official. He has a 69 for his first run. Second run is going to be an incomplete. But just want to make sure that I think he's okay, but they're going to try to figure out how to get that car out of there. So yes, confirmation of the driver being okay. All right, there's Uemura right there. But not, you know, I know it's unfortunate and stuff like that, but I don't think that was as hard of a hit than some of the wrecks I've seen. All right, I have a question for me where it says my favorite 90s JDM car. I really like, I mean, I like A86s a lot, but I do like still 80s too, because that's like the drift car. It's not a 180, it's not a Silvia. The Still 80 would have never came to anybody's thoughts, maybe, because, you know, it was, I think it was I heard that it was an accident where drift guys wreck the front end, they got to fix it, and they happened to put a Silvia front end on it, and that became the style. So I think those are pretty cool. But there's a lot of 80 cars that are great. Oh yeah, I also like the 300ZX, like the Z32. I really, really like those. Just not a fan of the packed engine bay. I know the VG's not a bad engine, but it's really, really packed in there. So we see Uemura staring at his car. Looks like they brought out the forklift. They're gonna put the vehicle on the back of the tow vehicle. And just, yeah. All right, as the track workers are getting the car ready to get towed out of here, to the left on the screen you see the current standings where Kenshiro Gushi is leading the pack, Kazumi Takahashi in second, and Kohashi in third. There you go, that is the IS 500 that Kenshiro Gushi is driving for the FD Japan Series. Very beautiful build by Kazama Auto, packed with a 2JZ. Still a lot of room for some of the drivers that didn't get a high enough score to get into a higher position in the qualify, to put themselves in a better bracket for tomorrow's top 32. And also for some of the drivers that got an incomplete, they'd be able to make it in, because currently the lowest score is a 56 by Sasayama. And the vehicle JZX 100 driven by Uemura is getting towed away on the forklift. Here you go, hashtag FDJ EBI, Ebi. In Japanese, Ebi is actually shrimp, but like Ebisu, that has nothing to do with the shrimp. It's a name, Ebisu. It's a place name. There's Ebisu in Tokyo as well, but Formula Drift Japan, Ebisu, they just shortened it, so FDJ Ebi, EBI for any hashtags. If you have any pictures you want to share with everybody, go ahead and tag it. And the three judges here. It's over here showing the audience. Hey, somebody could make a meme of this. Here you go in the stands, showing the stands. If you got pictures and videos, you can share that. And it looks like the JZX 100 is on the tow bed, the flatbed. I think they're securing it so they can drive it away. So we will be back drifting here shortly. I was just chilling here, and yeah, somebody did the hashtag. I'm gonna do it on my stories here. so someone had a good idea with the sand. There you go, I did mine on my stories here. Hashtag FDJ EBI. Well, I think they didn't want. Yeah, the ugly dude with the beard, that's me, Robbie. I think, I don't know, they all don't have the headsets because they don't. Well, I think that was when they told me they didn't want me to be in the judge panel, FD Japan, because I was also commentating in English and they didn't want me to. They said I was too busy doing, you know, so many parts. So they wanted the judges to concentrate on the judging part and the commentator judging on the commentating. So that's what I'm doing right now. So I'm not part of the judges panel here, which is a lot easier for me to do. But also I don't have my old partner in crime, Kenny Harris, to go back and forth. That's why I'm sitting here talking about what I see and what I can tell you. And also very, very different from the States because there's no back and forth and no fillers from the pits with the pit reports. Like the FDUS, so I'm actually watching the comments on the live stream. So if you got something cool to share, I'll try to pick it up as much as possible. And thank you for tuning in and watching and waiting around right now. We do have the car towed off, and now we're going to go back to the second round of the qualifying here at the third round of Formula Drift Japan here in Ebisu Circuit. Next, this is a GT driver, a real race car driver. Car number 14 is Kazuya Oshima from Good Ride Motorsports, driving the brand new built GR Corolla. And the flick, here we go. Kind of dives in, misses most of the outside zone one and spins it right around. That is going to be a double incomplete here for Oshima. That is going to be it. It really sucks to not be able to see this very beautiful GR Corolla in action. But unfortunately, kind of new to the sport of drift, Oshima getting used to drifting, but a very tricky track actually got him getting an incomplete 2 runs in a row. So that's it for him for this weekend. But looking forward to seeing him because, I see a lot of, cross training from grip racing to time attack to drifting. A lot of these drivers has the skill to be able to do the other sport coming from different motorsports. Love to see the progression of this driver in the future. Now let's go ahead and move on to the next driver. Probably familiar to some of you guys from Hong Kong. Currently lives in Dubai. Car number 84, Charles Ng from Megan Team Track Day here, driving the 8.6. Kind of came short at the outside zone 1. He is adjusting his line to get to the outside zone 2, trying to pick up more score by the wall. I'm not sure how much the score is going to be hurt from the outside zone 1. But Charles Ng, also a skillful driver. Ex-Formula Drift USA driver. So you hear that 2JZ screaming through the track, but I'm not sure that's going to beat his first score, which was a 77. And pretty sure you probably already know by now, but the judges really look at the outside zone 1 very heavily. Oh, but that was an incomplete. So I hear Imomura explaining that was an incomplete because that was pretty much a big stall at the outside zone 1. And he pretty much stopped and then got back on throttle, and that was a very slower pace. Wasn't smooth, and yeah, I guess that was supposed to be an unchaseable lead run. So unfortunately, Charles Ng gets incomplete for a second run, but he does have a 77 for his first run. Now the next driver, car number 5, Tomoki Tanaka, Team VSR. Bridge links with good ride, a lot of angle, fills some of the outside zone 1. Good job there, and goes really, really wide into the dirt, but puts himself in a good position outside zone 2. Riding the wall, and a lot of angle at the touch and go. Very close on the inside clip. And the second half of this track, I would have to say, very textbook drift track. Shouldn't be hard for any of these drivers, but let's go ahead and check this out. Very exciting, not clean, but very aggressive here. Gets into the outside zone 1, fills the zone fairly well, and right here, outside zone 2, dips a tire there, then gets into the outside zone 2, tries to get close to the wall, and the rest is history. Very aggressive. Sitting on a 74 from his first run. Let's see what the judges see in that run. Yeah, some mistakes here and there, but I see, the aggression is there. So let's see what the judges see in that. Looking at how Charles Ng drove, I mean, there is a possibility for it to be an incomplete, but it is not an incomplete, but it's only a 71, which he cannot beat a 74 on his first run. So, yeah, he's going to have to bank off his first run. It's a 74. Tanaka with a 74. Where is that going to put him on the ladder for tomorrow's top 32? I don't know what the cutoff is going to be after, some of these drivers go, because another driver that is up right here, car number 808, Nagayasu Miyagi from Car Guy Racing, he is sitting on an incomplete. So anything he gets is anything he is going to have to place himself in the bracket for the top 32 tomorrow. Is he going to be able to get a good score here to put him into the top 32 battles for tomorrow? And there he goes. I hear the car clicking it into gear. And you see the teeth, aggressive. A little subtle e-brake. A lot of e-braking and slowing down at the outside zone 1. Not as aggressive. Very careful, but he does not make it into outside zone 2 either. Nagayasu Miyagi finishes off the track, and I'd have to say he is going to have a score, but it's not going to be too high from what I've seen because of the lack of aggression, I think, at outside zone 1 and missing the outside zone 2 area. How are the judges going to be seeing this? Here you go, Hot Wheel, Swift, then you got Miyagi, then Tamagawa, their teammates from Car Guy Racing. And here it is. What is his score going to be for his second run? It is a 53. I think the lowest current score is a 56, so I don't think Miyagi is going to be able to get into the top 32 as of now. So unfortunately, no score for him for his first run. and 53 for a second. All right, another driver that is kind of sitting on the verge, maybe the bubble, with a 57, driving the V8 Power GR86 from Village Up. It is Kei Murakami. And his name, Murakami. Mura is village, and Kami is kanji that says up. So that's probably where his teammate comes from, Village Up. I just noticed that. All right, so he's gonna get a better score than a 57. Aggressive flick. Misses the outside zone 1. Misses the outside zone 2. Aggressive at the inside clip with a lot of angle and finished off the track. But the key areas, the outside zone 1 and 2, does not look too good. So I am not expecting a high score on this run because of the 2 missed key factors on this track. Kind of getting windy up here, but I'm not hating it. I'm not mad at all. Feels really good, breezy, just waiting on the score to come in. And oh, well, it's a 60. Actually gets a better score than his first run, but it's still a 60 point. He is in the top 32. So currently he's sitting 30th. So gonna have to sit there and pray. So none of the other incomplete drivers gets a higher score than a 60. Now let's move on to the next driver, already sitting on a 75. It is car number 919 Echo Cow from 1087X. S13 Sylvia, packed with a 2J, very deep into the outside zone 1. Look at that angle. That is a near perfect outside zone 1, and she is going to run the line on the outside. Not as deep as some of the drivers, but she makes it into the touch and go, deep in the touch and go, and look at how much angle she is running through the track and takes it slow at the inside clip and finishes the track. But man, look at that outside zone 1. That was really clean and aggressive. Very impressive run by Gao Echo. Look at that, a lot of throttle through outside zone 1. Very nice. Misses some of the outside zone 2. She's probably halfway into it, but not as clear as some of these drivers, but gets deep into the touch and go. And right here, the switchback was not as high paced and hard flick, but man, she did a great job overall. That's definitely has to be higher than a 75. What do you guys think the score is going to be? Man, she's got skills. I got to tell you that because I'm just watching this live. Yes, I see mid-80s, and I agree with some of you guys here. Very impressive. That's right. She's showing the boys what's up, how it's supposed to be done. And her car looks beautiful. With the Rocket Bunny kit. It's got the cool reflective purple and black, the 1087X livery. Coming from China. Echo is a very known driver in her home country, and she does really well at the competition over there with her R32 Skyline. And she is driving the S13 that was built by Fat 5 Racing here. And her score is a 84. You guys got that right. Mid-80s is a perfect score to give, and very impressive. And she did a great job. Just imagine if she was able to fill the outside zone 2 better. That would have been in the 90s for sure. But line angle, 30 and 30, and 24 in style. They had a lot of style. She did a great job. All right, now, is that going to be pressure? Because sitting on an incomplete and coming off another great run that we saw from Echo, it's car number 11. It's Sam Lucas, Team Samet. Samet with the S15, Pink's S15, if he's gonna be able to put together a clean run right here. And there's a flick. And he goes kind of deep in the outside zone too. There you go, he gets it into the zone, misses the first, oh no! Something happened. Something happened, the car cut off. Man, and I know a lot of you are going to say it's, damn it, Sam it, what happened? What happened to the car? Everything was looking good. He flicked it. After that, the outside zone one, yes, it wasn't perfect and it didn't look like the best, but he could have, you know, rode the wall and there was many chances for him to come back. But that's 2 incompletes in a row, and it's official right here. Sam Lucas not going to be able to make it into tomorrow's top 32. Very unfortunate. Another driver that came up from Formula Drift FDJ 2 from last year's series. Everything's a learning curve, so hopefully he comes back stronger for the next round that we have. All right, so the next driver up is from Team Frontier. Next, AVC 10 Lexus RC, driven by car number 33. It's Shigehisa Sasayama, currently sitting on a 56. He's sitting 32nd place. He's right on the bubble. He has to get a higher score here. Makes it into the outside zone one, very clean, not aggressive. Misses some of the outside zone two. But line score wise, I would say that might boost his score up a little bit from a 56. But I think the style score is going to ding him from not as much aggression right here. Waiting for the car to settle a lot, not getting back on throttle earlier, and missing a lot of the outside zone two and shallowing up a lot. So that's going to be hard, but maybe that might be more than a 56. Yeah, some of you saying, yes, he did play it safe. And not sure if that's going to be any better or not for the for a second run. Sasayama, that boosted up the score to a 67. All right, so he boosted up the score to being 22nd place. Still closer to the bubble. There are a few more drivers that are sitting on an incomplete, so we'll see. Now the next driver up all the way from Thailand, driving the next year drive to drift. Car number 59 is Pon, coming in really hard and aggressive. Sitting on a 65, missing some of the outside zone one partially. But he does fill the zone, outside zone two, fairly well. And finishes off the track. Now, is that going to boost his score from a 65? Very aggressive. I would say, you know, the flick coming in and the initiation is very clean, but after that, he kind of waits for the car to settle to get back on throttle, so there's a little bit of a waiting, and that's where he kind of misses the middle of the outside zone one area. Yeah, so like I said, you know, coming from Thailand and bringing their team over here. Pond has been a familiar face in Japan, been driving in the D1 series for a while too, and now I think this is the first time he's in at the Japan series, and a very expert driver. driving in his homeland in Thailand, does well there, and he gets a 72. Boosts his score up to a 72. Now we are looking at the next driver who was the first to make it into the 80s. This young driver, Yutaro Oe from Good Ride Motorsports, car number 212. Driving the only rotary, it's a 3-rotor turbo FD. His father Fujinaka's car. And he is going in hard. And he is flicking the car. It makes it in deep. And a lot of angle at the outside zone 1 does fairly well. Now he gets into the outside zone 2 area, gets deep into the zone, rides the wall, taps the wall, and keeps on going. Gets into the touch and go. Nice angle through the inside clip and finishes off the track. His tail light's hanging, but he keeps going. There you go, Ryutaro Oe. He's sitting on an 84, so he has nothing to hold back because he is going to make it into the top 32, pretty sure. Since the radius of outside zone 1 is not a perfect circle, it's really hard to get deep into the whole zone, but there's no adjustments he made. He does miss half of the middle part of the outside zone 1, and now it's really up to how the judges are going to see his wall tap that messes up his angle. But I mean, I think that was a good run, even though he did the tap and everything. But now that you know that he could do 2 runs in a row and it's consistent, that he could do something maybe close to the 80s on his lead. And it's going to be really important to be able to do a lead run, a good lead run here at this track, especially when it comes to tandem. And here you go, the young driver Oe. What does he get? 80. You know what? Not bad, but his 84 point is going to be the score they will be looking at for him to get into the qualify. But he's pretty sure he's going to make it into the top 32. But yeah, he's going to be a consistent guy. Somebody to look out for, guys, for this weekend. A young driver, Oe. Currently standing in 5th in the qualify. Now we have another wild driver driving the Team Kazama with Mikey Racing GR86. Representing Brazil, it's car number 13, Mikey Nakamura. No! If he could have got on throttle earlier. But you know what? I think I remember him talking about he was on a 4-1 all weekend and his diff kept breaking and he had to change. He ran out of 4-1s and he's back into a 3-9. So he has a longer rear end, which might have been the reason why he couldn't get back on the throttle earlier. But he's sitting on a 73. I'm just assuming that's going to be an incomplete, but they were double checking the video and the replays. I think that might have been 3 tires. His front left might have been crossing the line. And I think it's going to be an official incomplete for Mikey's second run, unfortunately. But he is he's sitting on a 73. That's still maybe safe enough to stay in the top 32. Yeah, his car looks hot, the yellow and black, but let's go ahead and move on. Watching Kanta, last year's champion from Team Orange with Linglong Tire, driving the Nissan Z. Fills the outside zone almost properly, but very deep with a lot of throttle, and now he is going for the outside zone 2. Fills the outside zone 2, gets super close to the wall, and now gets deep into the touch and go. Flicks it right back. Good amount of angle through the inside clip and fills the last outside zone, finishing off the track like last year's champ. He shows off his skills. Even though he's not doing full season, he shows off his skill here at Ebisu Circuit. This is a track he works at and also his home track. Kanta sitting on an 82. Comes in, tries to better the score. And my guess, that might be better, I'm not sure. But a very good job by the 2023 Formula Drift Japan champion. And this is also another young driver that you have to look out for. Hopefully we can see him driving at other series as well. Currently getting into some of the rallying in Japan and missing some of the Formula Drift Japan rounds. But with the cheer of the Team Orange cheerleader here, cheering her on. And I hear Imamura speaking, that might have been a little bit better than his first run. His first run with the 82. What do you guys think? Yeah, you guys think it's 82, 83, 86, 85? High 80s, some people say 86. And yes, that was a smoke show. Very, very strong smoke. It's an 87. Just like a champ. A young champ there with an 87. Kanta, very impressive. He knows what to do with his car. All right, another driver that will put down a score this time, hopefully. He is from China, from car number 31, Ye Zicheng. Ye Zicheng from Team 441 BW Academy, 831 Zafiro. Wild driver. He spun out at the inside clip, but until then it was super exciting. He hits the cone, but it's qualifying, so it's okay. Look at this hardcore, exciting driver throwing it into the inside clip. A lot of throttle. He misses the line at the outside zone 1, but gets super deep into the outside zone 2. Wall ride, lot of throttle. Right on the outside there at the touch and go. Flicks it there. Does not spin out, and now he's going to finish it off track, and he is going to get a score. Now, that was not the perfect run we were looking for, but a lot of aggression. It was very, very exciting with a lot of angle throughout the track. There you go. You see on the replay, he does miss the second half of the outside zone 1. Left foot braking, getting into the outside zone 2. A little bit of adjustment at the of the angle, but look at that. His own smoke from the outside zone 1 is making it look very hard to see through the smoke, leaving the touch and go there. What do you guys think? I know that wasn't perfect, and I know the line score is not going to be perfect, but the excitement, the throttle, and I think that's the type of driving we like to see. It's not perfect, I know, but it's exciting to watch, and that's why we all probably fell in love with drifting. I know the precision is very important. There wasn't a lot of it there, but there was a lot of excitement. So I know he's going to have a lot of fans in the future with a very different looking car, 831 Zafiro, which we never see in competition so much in Japan, and with a lot of throttle. My guess in his scoring, that might be maybe in the 70s, but the feeling wise and excitement wise, I think that was, in my opinion, in the 90s. Just excitement, but precision, no. Here you go. Let's see what Ye is going to get. Ye Cheng. There you go. I said 70s, but it's a 79. Barely misses the 80, but a good job sitting on an incomplete, but he gets right back into the show. So now he's going to knock out somebody that was sitting on the bubble and makes his way into the top 32 tomorrow. And now the track workers are, since a lot of the drivers are saying it's really hard to see the outside zone 1, they tried to paint the line as much as possible. And we are trying to do that in between the runs here. Currently in Japan, we're about to hit 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Hope you guys aren't up too late or early or up too early in the morning. And thank you, Joyce. For those of you out there right now, 60-point mark is the cutoff. Some of you guys that are missing it. Vert 344, missing it by 1 point. Hey, but that's close enough. It's close enough. In the FDUS, all the judges have a 100-point score, and we have to go by the average of the 3. And that was up until last year when we had to qualify. We don't have to qualify now, but that's close enough, I'd have to say. So a lot of you could be a judge as well. Okay, 2 a.m. in South Carolina. Man, you're pushing it. For me, I'm an old man, so I usually get really tired after 11 p.m. Get super sleepy. Oh, okay, watch out. I got to watch out because the next driver, car number 125, Yoshika Tamagawa with the 60 from Car Guy Racing with 5X. Driving the Supra earlier, he blasted through the dirt. And there was a sandstorm here. But he does a good job right here at the outside zone 1. He might have dipped a tire, but he fills the outside zone 1 very well, and he gets super close to the outside zone 2 wall. Very good job by Tamagawa. Not as deep at the touch and go. He finishes off the track. This is definitely going to be better than a 60-point run that he laid down on the first run. And thank you to Tamagawa. There is no sandstorm on his second run. Look at this, right on the line, maybe one tire off, but very good on the outside zone 1 line. And I'd have to say, he wasn't off the throttle too much, so he did a very good job at the zone, and he fills the outside zone 2. Those are the 2 critical areas that the judges have been looking for. So definitely has to be, my guess, got to be in the 70s for sure, and maybe even the early 80-point mark. What do you guys think? And don't be biased just because, it's a Supra, if you guys like Supras. These are beautiful cars. It's a masterpiece that Toyota made, I think, in the 90s as well. So I see some 80s. Yes, no sandstorm, thank God. See some 70s, 80s, and let's see what it's going to be. Tamagawa's Nobori there to cheer him on. 78. So, yeah, I said late 70s to 80s. Good job by Yoshika Tamagawa. Up the score to 78. And now another Supra up, sitting on a 67. He is in the game for the top 32 for tomorrow, but he does want to put himself in a better situation. I know it's Team Kazama with Motis. It's Benjamin, all the way from Singapore, driving his JZ80 Supra. This is going to be a nice entry. Very deep in the angle. He hits the outside zone 1. Good job by Benjamin, outside zone 1. Gets into the outside zone 2 a little later, but this is definitely also going to bump his score up from a 67, I think. A lot of angle to the inside clip, and here you go, filling the outside zone 2 and finishes off the track with a lot of angle and aggression. Very similar job to Tamagawa, not as deep in the outside zone 2, maybe dipping a tire there, but he does something very similar to Tamagawa, but a little bit more deeper, and not as deep in the outside zone 2, so there's going to be some deduction. I'm not guessing a high 70s, but that should put him in the 70s because how can I say it? That's definitely better than a 60 in my opinion. I keep saying in my opinion because I'm just sitting here blabbing away. What do you guys think about that? I think that was one tire off the left rear. The right rear was in it. There you go. You see some 70s. I agree with the mid 70s score. And 73. There you go. You guys got it. 73. He was very careful. The style score is a little bit lower because not as much aggression, but it's way better than a 67. He's made it into the 73. So hopefully that's builds confidence for him for the top 32 tandem. Now moving on to the next driver, is car number 93. It's Yuichi Yamagai from Perfect Style, driving the S15 Sylvia. It's a bright yellow. He actually runs a body shop, painted himself, and he goes in too hot. And that is going to be 3 tires off. The front left tire also surpassing the outside zone 1 area. And hitting the inside clip. But I think that's it for him because that's 3 tires off, and that's going to be an incomplete for him. He did lay down a pretty thick smoke trail there in the bright yellow car. He said it. Said Banana S15. It's a BN yes, I think it's a BN Sports full kit. And no, Hiroya Minoa is not competing this round. It's official. It's an incomplete for Yuichi Yamagai, but he is sitting on a 68 for tomorrow's top 32. A little bit too far on the outside zone 1. It's an incomplete. Maybe it is excitement from the driver, but yeah, that cone's been getting blasted all day today. I would not want to be that cone. Car number 17, Jin Horino is the next driver up, sitting on a 68, driving the Tops Racing Toyo with TSA Group U GR86. Flicks it, and I don't know if that's going to be the good line. Fills up mid-half of the outside zone 1. Kind of hesitates and now gets on throttle. Leaves the outside zone 2 a little too early. A lot of flex. Fixation on the angle. Not the cleanest run by Horino, but finishes off the track. Doesn't fill the zone till the second half of outside zone 2. Once he gets on throttle, looks like it straightens the car. Loses angle at the beginning of outside zone 2, which shoots him off line and cannot fill the outside zone 2 wall area. Don't know how that's going to turn out. What do you guys think? I don't know if that's going to be a 68. Ooh, 59. That's harsh. But he's sitting on a 68, so that's the score that's going to be placing him into tomorrow's top 32. But I think you're still safe being on the 68, I believe. All right, so we're going to move on to the next driver sitting on a 71. Car number 16, it's Jerry Zhu from TMS Racing Team Good Ride, driving the BMW E92. Nice angle going into the outside zone 1. Maybe a little too deep, but it's 2 tires off. He kind of plays it safe going to the outside zone 2 wall area, but gets right back into formation. Hits the touch and go, and too much angle coming from the inside clip. That might be a little bit too much. I'm not sure if the judges will see that as an unchaseable lead or not, but 2 tires off at the outside zone 1. Right here, a lot of adjustment to the outside zone 2. Fills the later half of the outside zone 2. Then right here after that, a lot of angle. That might be in half spin or that might be full angle. Now it's really up to the driver, or I'm sorry, the judges. And man, 67 is a cutoff. Oof. Yeah, nice save, but I'm not sure how the judges are going to see that. Is that going to be a huge error or is it going to be a safe? Safe save. Jerry with a 68, so he was not able to better his 71, which he has on his first run. The style score, the inside clip, that stall pretty much hurt him on the style score too. All right, now we have 3 drivers from here sitting on incomplete, so they can change where the bubble is going to be. First one up from the GGR Racing with Good Ride, driving the Z4, the GGR Speed Master Z4. Car number 870, Akiro Hanawa, coming in hot and not holding back at all. Fills the outside zone 1, 1 tire off on the rear left, and now switches back and gets into the outside zone 2 area wall, maybe midway of the line, and deep into the touch and go. And no incompletes for him this time, so that's going to be a score, and I think that might change the bubble because that might have been a little bit better than a 67 in my opinion. Let's see what the judges have to say, and let's see what you guys think of that as well. Go and see the replay here, the inside clip, and finishing off the track. And we have the Speedmaster girl and the Good Ride. Oh, they kind of messed up the heart at first, but they fixed it. I thought they wanted to say S. Right here, T-Square Racing Team. All right, so Hanawa with a 71, so that's better than a 67, so that's gonna push, that's gonna bump somebody out who's sitting on a 67 right now. Ooh. I'm not sure. We'll worry about that later after we see all the runs. Here you go, now next driver up that's sitting on an incomplete. It's Konosuke Fujimoto from T-Dash Racing. Is he gonna be able to get a good score? Nice angle. Oh no! He lost juice from the beginning of outside zone 1. Does a good job at the wall, right there on the wall, kissing the wall, leaving it. And finishes off the track strong. Man, that was a really nice entry. But right here, I don't know if he tried the left foot brake or not. But there was a little bit of a stall after the initiation. He was on the right line if he was able to get back on throttle, but he lost juice and the car lost angle, leaving the outside zone 1 very early. But that's going to be a score. Is that going to be better than the cutoff, which I think there's a few cars that are tied at 67? Oh, Fujimoto with the 55. That's not going to be good enough to make it into the top 32. Unfortunately, Fujimoto's weekend is going to be cut short, where he will not be able to compete in tomorrow's tandem. And the next driver up, also sitting on incomplete, Shuichi Mano, Victor Racing with Chatty Boy style, leaves the outside zone 1 a little early, but now he is putting down a run. He's going to complete it, get a score. Does not fill the outside zone 2 as well either. Right on the line on the outside of the last outside zone and finishes off the track. These drivers are struggling and also, you know, taking it easy probably because he's sitting on an incomplete. So that's a lot of pressure because you only have one run and you have to make a score that's good enough to put you into the top 32. A lot of pressure for these drivers, but I don't know. What do you guys think? All right, I see a 67. See a 55. 65. So earlier the cutoff was already a 67, so that's not going to be enough for Mono to get into the top 32, unfortunately. And another driver sitting on an incomplete from Team Kazama with Motis. It's a Lexus RC driven by Kenichi Takashima. And something happened because his car, not sure it died or not. I think it died as he was e-braking. And the car is not starting back up. I hear the starter going, but I don't hear the car turning on. There you go, the car started. So something happened to the car, and unfortunately, things like this always happen when it's really important, because needed at least some kind of score to get into top 32, but unfortunately, Kenichi Takashima's weekend also is cut short here. Yeah, the engine cut off. And that's it. All right, guys, now we're looking at another exciting driver here. Fan favorite car number 999, Naoki Nakamura from Team Valino with N-Style, with the Silk Blaze Sports N-Style GR86, packed with the 2JZ. This thing is popping and it's loud, and the driver is very aggressive, and we will definitely want to see him in the top 32, because this is one hell of a driver in the tandem. And now this exciting driver is leaving the start line with a lot of popping aggression, a lot of side brake entry, a lot of angle to the outside zone 1, a lot of throttle and commitment going to the outside zone 2. Left foot braking, but fills the outside zone 2 and gets super close to the wall. Just exactly what the judge want to see. And now feels the touch and go. Adequate amount of slowing down at the inside clip, and finishes off the track. Now, line-wise, yes, he doesn't feel the outside zone 1, but a lot of angle, a lot of throttle through the outside zone 1. Let's see if that's going to compensate the lack of outside zone 1 line. Man, this is probably one of the most aggressive throttles that we've seen today here on this track. As you see, it's super smoky. Smoke dog, baby. Right here. Baki Nakamura. Let's see what the let's see what the judges want to see. Exactly, I think Naoki and Daigo especially, they're both here to party. Hey, but look at Kenshiro Gushi right now, also sitting on the first place for the qualifying. He's here to party as well. He still has a second run to go too. I see some 80s here. Yes, the line isn't going to be good enough to give him, put him into the 90s, but aggressiveness and everything is putting him into the 80s. That's 81. That's a safe score to be in, to making it into the top 32 here by Naoki Nakamura. Good job by Nakamura. Goes Smoke Dog. Naoki Nakamura gets an 81. Now let's go on to the next driver, another driver from all the way from Thailand, driving the Nexter Drive to Drift GR86. It's Pop. He is aggressive on the entry. Look at this bullet coming in hot. Feels the outside zone 1. There you go. That's how you do it. And now he does a switchback going to the outside zone 2. A lot of angle, lacking in the line, but fills half of the zone there at the outside zone 2. And now he finishes off the outside zone right before the finish line. Now, that was a 67 on this first run. I would like to see if that's going to bump his score up to something more to keep him alive in the top 32 for tomorrow's tandem. Exactly. Some just like you guys saying, some of you guys saying, you know what, not bad, not bad. A pretty good run there. Very aggressive driver. Pop also drives in his homeland, Thailand, in some of the series there, and he's, probably won some of the events there and a podium driver there. Exactly, Popu. I like a lot of the Thailand drivers because their names are really long and very hard to pronounce, but they have like nicknames like, the driver that didn't make it out here, he's just S. This is Pop and his teammate is Pon. There you go, 81 by Pop. Good job. Like I said, very aggressive, and I think some of the judges saw the aggressiveness in it. So he is tied there, I think, in 9th, I just heard. Just like Naoki Nakamura, somewhere in that range. So now let's see the next young driver coming up, high school student, car number 131. It's Ryuma from Sunrise Town, Martin Jr. A lot of angle coming in, super hot, and fills the outside zone 1. There you go. I like seeing that, filling the zone very well. A lot of angle, a lot of aggressive throttle there. Fills the outside zone 2. Good job by this young driver. He is a high school student, in the driver's seat with no driver's license, tearing it up on track, and a lot of throttle. Ryuma, that's gotta be in the 80s. That's gotta be in the 80s, maybe in the high 80s. Look at that, a lot of angle, filled the zone. His bumper is reaching, almost filling the zone there. Angle-wise, there's some areas where he does not get deep enough. But overall, that should be a run that should better the 74. All right, so what do you guys think? It's got to be better than the first run. I'm about to walk off. The judging said if that's not better than a 74. I'm just kidding. Good job by Ryuma. What do you guys think? Yeah, I think it was a very, very clean run. I agree with you guys. Man, it's like, how, man? It's like you don't even drive a regular car. 81! 81! Puts him in the 80s club. That's 3 cars in a row with the 81, but great job by the high school student driver with the 81 getting into the 80s. All right, now let's go ahead and move on to the next driver. This must be the fan favorite car here with the Eva RT Unit 2 Good Ride GR Yaris. It's the Good Ride Motorsports with Evangelion Racing. Wataru Masayama. Coming in hot, too hot. Oh no. Coming in hot, but too hot. Masayama, 4 tires off at the outside zone 1. He's sitting on a 73. With all these scores coming up, I'm not sure if that's going to... Man, is he going to be safe with the 73? He might be on the bubble. Car looks cool, though. The livery looks really good. And it's official, it's an incomplete by Wataru Masayama. Man, so the 73. Oh, the 73 is, I'm sorry, I'm mistaken as a 60. The 73 is safe, I think. So, sorry about that, guys. Now the next driver up, another exciting driver to watch is car number 87, Daigo Saito from Fat 5 Racing. This loud NASCAR V8 pack Altezza sitting on a 7.7. You know he's going to go nuts. Gets into the outside zone 1, not as deep as some of the other drivers, but a lot of aggression and a lot of throttle. Gets on throttle, and he hits the wall. Fixes his, messes with his angle. Gets really deep into the touch and go. Now let's see how the judges are going to see the wall tap at the end of the outside zone 2. But a very aggressive, heavy throttle driver. Loses some angle because of the wall tap. And it sounds like he's not fully corrected, so that probably won't be an incomplete, but that's going to be a deduction in the angle. .73, Daigo Saito with the 73. So his first score, the 77. Currently sitting at 17th. Right now, fixing the lines at the outside zone 1 area. Here you go, here's the pits of the TMS Racing. E92 BMWs. The team lounging and chilling to waiting for their second run. Kazumi Takahashi. Next to him, to the left of the screen, is the champ, Koichi Yamashita. Talking about the judging, I think, and I just heard him saying something about the line, whatnot. He knows he sees himself on the screen. They don't want to wave hi to the screen. All right, so that's the pits there. And some of you guys got that right. And Hokuto Matsuyama is the next one up, sitting on an incomplete. He is the next FD Japan champion. Currently driving the Cusco Racing GR86. Patiently waiting. Matsuyama is at, came out of the burnout box waiting for the paint to get laid down for him to be able to see. All right, so he was waiting to get into the burnout box. And right now, Yamanaka's commenting about Matsuyama. You know, he said, you know, he's probably contemplating whether he should go for it or take a safe run to get back into, or get into the top 32. But this track, you know, it's really hard to tell, because if you go too aggressive, you can knock yourself out. If you go too safe, you can also knock yourself out, because I don't know, this track is kind of hard to do a safe run. right, so Hokuto Matsuyama, Cusco Racing GR86. A lot of angle, fills the outside zone, one with a lot of aggression. And fills the outside zone two as well, just like a champion. And now gets deep into the touch and go, angles up for the inside clip, keeps his cool, and finishes off the track. That's gonna be in the 80s for sure. That was interesting to see because he didn't pull the angle. He didn't pour the angle in from the beginning. He kind of angled up as he was going through outside zone one. No pressure for this driver. Hokuto Matsuyama. What's your guesses? Yeah, 80s for sure. Is it going to be mid 80s, early 80s, or the late 80s? Got a lot of guesses in the 80s. Yeah, these I seen these Cusco 86s out of the box. It looks like they're good cars. This is what Hiroya Minoa was driving up to last year, but I guess not in the 80s, but it's a 79. 79 for Hokuto Matsuyama. That was good enough for him to get into the top 32. So the next driver up was supposed to be car number 56, Ming Ming, but he is tapping out. He has a 71 for his first run. I think he has some kind of issue with his vehicle. So he is sitting out for a second run. So next up is car number 19, Yukio Matsui from the M2 Evolution, Matsumoto Kiyoshi, BMW. Misses the mid part of the outside zone one. Creeps up to the outside zone two wall, but is taking it very easy. It doesn't seem too committed. Just creeps up to the line, trying to take the wide outside line. So the V8 powered BMW kind of took it easy on his second run. His first run, he's sitting on a 67, so I think that was the bubble that we had earlier. He has to get more than that to stay safe. And I think once he's cleared that, everybody else is over a 67. So I think none of the drivers after this has to worry about not making it into, 66. 67. I think that might be tied on the bubble or something. Not sure. All right, the next driver up, car number 770, also driving the Cusco Racing. It's a GR Yaris, it's Yoshitatsu Kaneda. Shallow, and one tire off in the left rear at the outside zone one. Seems to be a safe run as well here, to probably try to get a score a little over the 69. One tire off, barely off though at the outside zone one. Playing it a little safe, doesn't get close to the wall here in the mid side of the outside zone 2, but clears the touch and go really, really well. Good angle through the inside clip. Good job by Kaneda. And I think that should be bumping his score up more than a 69. What do you guys think? Oh, shoot. Thank you. Dark Angel, thank you. Yeah, it's 68. Yeah, some of these drivers. Uh, 68 is a cutoff. Yeah, the GR Yaris is a pretty cool car. Yeah, there you go. He ups his score. It's a 75. 75. So I think everybody, if you're sitting on the bubble, I think you're safe. Because everybody else after this has a 70 and above. And another driver sitting on an 81. It's the Eva RT Unit 01. Good Bride, Fair Lady Z. Good Bride Motorsports with Evangelio Racing. Tetsuya Hibino coming in hot at the outside zone 1, but a little too hot. Over rotating it. But you know what? This man came to show his skills here, and he is not going home with a subtle run. And I get a what's up from Drift Squid. What's up? Probably watching from, or I don't even know where you're at right now. Are you in Australia? Jake Jones is in the house. Some of you guys are guessing 60s. I think that might be an incomplete though. But yeah, the entry was sick. Yeah, it is an incomplete, unfortunately. But the entry, if it was a sick entry contest, he would have been top 3 for sure. But Tetsuya Hibino's here to put on a show. So good job by him. Now we are moving on to the next driver. Car number 73, Ikuo Saito with the Motis West Auto R35 GTR. He's sitting on a 71. He would like to get into the 80s. Nice. Outside zone 1. Someone filled the outside zone 2. A lot of left foot braking, killing the pace. So I think the style judge is going to ding him for that, but I'd have to say the outside zone 1 line is really good. What do you guys think? I've realized that a couple weeks ago I was able to drive Jerry Yang Racing's R35 GTR that I used to compete in about 7 years ago. For the first time in 7 years. That was a pretty fun. It had smaller tires and wheels, which matches the car better than the 21s that I used to drive on it. But now somebody brought up to my attention, I've driven 3 Drift R35 GTRs, but I haven't owned one of them yet. So that will be my goal now, to buy an R35 GTR. Not a drift one, but a street one. And here you go. What is Saito going to get with his GTR? 71. So pretty much he has the same score as his first run. It's a 71. And K, spot on right there, 71. And Kang, 456 too. Cool. Hey, I'm stupid. I didn't even know I could scroll back on this. All right, next driver up. Car number 4, Masanori Kohashi. A90 Supra with the Team Orange with the Linglong tire. Another aggressive driver sitting on 85. Deep into the outside zone 1. Not as deep, but yes. A lot of angle through there and gets deep into the outside zone 2. The beginning gets super close to the wall. Ooh, kind of leaves the wall a little early. Gets super close at the end of the wall. A lot of aggression, but I don't think he is as accurate as his first run line-wise. All right. See the Team Orange cheerleader. Waiting for the score, and it is a... They're telling me it's coming, but not really. Psych. Here you go. 80. Kohashi with the 80. So his 85 is going to put him in, I think he's sitting like 3rd or 4th or somewhere around there. But a great job. All right, so we have another driver who also is driving a Team Cusco Racing GR86 car number 77, Yusuke Kusaba, a super aggressive driver. Flicks it, slides it, leaves a little bit on the table for the outside zone 1. A lot of angle, gets washed out a little bit after the inside clip, but finishes off the track. Now, same as Kohashi, I don't know if that's going to be an 85 or good enough to be more than an 85 or not, but I don't want to speak too soon. Let's wait for the judges to put in their score, but that's just my opinion. So what do you guys think about that run? Man, I really think these GR86s look really, really cool. I mean, they're really good looking cars, especially with these wide body kits on them. And we are down, no, that is a, Kusaba is 7th in the series right now. See some lower 80s. Ooh, 79. But Kusaba already got us 85, so he should be good to be into the top 32. All right, guys, here you go. The chat's gonna go crazy. Representing Brazil, Yukio Fausto, car number 555, Sidex Japan with 5X. Brazil and Liberty Walk, S15 Sylvia. Coming in hot. A lot of angle, filling the zone. And now going to the outside zone 2. Is he going to be able to fill this one this time? Not deep enough, but good enough. Gets deep into the touch and go. A lot of angle at the inside clip and finishes off the track with a lot of angle and aggression and a lot of smoke. This man has a heavy right foot. Currently sitting 5th in the series. Yukio Fausto. That might be docked right there. A little bit of a hesitation getting back on throttle, waiting a little bit at the outside zone 1. You hear that car hitting that limiter right there, that 2JZ. What do you guys think, guys? I mean, he already has 81, so he could have just went crazy. This car driving back to the pits after his second qualifying run into 82. So he does better his score by 1 point, but hopefully that pushes him up a little bit, gets him out of a lot. There's a lot of 81s, so he's not tied with the 81s anymore, with an 82. Sitting in fourth in the series, car number 61, Mao Yamanaka. Good Ride Motorsports with the A90 Supra. The son of Kenji Yamanaka, ex-USA driver. Smooth entry here. He looks like he kind of took it easy getting back on throttle, and then left foot brakes out of the outside zone 1. Whoa. That's a little bit too much of left foot braking in my opinion, leaving the outside zone 2 area. Line-wise maybe, but I don't know if that's going to please the style judge for a lot of the stalls. Like right here, the pace drops a lot. And right here, he starts left foot braking all the way through. And right here, he's almost coming to a halt leaving the outside zone 2. So there you go, his Good Ride cheerleaders. I think might be very similar to the first run. I'm not sure. Oh! Mao Yamanaka with the 86. Gets an 86. Good job by Yamanaka. All right, now the next driver up, car number 21, it's Kenshiro Gushi. All the way from the West Coast. Team Kazama with Moti's Lexus IS 500 F Sports Performance Drift. He's already sitting on a 93, so I'm expecting him to go crazy for a second run. Right on the line, a lot of angle, a lot of aggression. Misses the outside zone 1 midway, but a lot of throttle fills the zone. A smoke trail. Finishes off, I don't know, with the line score. I'm not sure how much that's going to be deducted at the outside zone 1 area, but a lot of throttle and aggression by Kenshiro Gushi. He's already sitting on a 93, so he's just saying, you know what, he's going to have his pedal pinned. A lot of throttle, and there's still smoke lurking around here at the track. And as you can see, great job by this Drift OG FDUS veteran driver. He's just having fun at this point. You're probably right. He's just, you know what, he's just like, oh, how much throttle can I give on this one? And 89 for a second run, but a 93, hey, that was really good. And he's still sitting in first place for the qualifying. Now we have 2 more drivers that has a possibility to drag Gushi down from the first place spot in the qualifying. The first one up is multiple-time FD Japan champion Koichi Yamashita, driving the TMS Racing Team Good Ride BMW E92, and now he flicks it in. Hard flick, a lot of angle, and he wraps it around, and it looks like it's too much angle. And over-rotating a little bit too much, messes up the pace. And I think the judges are going to give him an incomplete for that one, because that would be an unchaseable lead. to tire off, maybe 2, but that's way too much angle. And that's like a half spin going into the switchback, and that may be an unchaseable lead. Pretty much it's a spin out. And, I mean, it was cool. I give it that. And official score here, it's an incomplete for Yamashita's second run. Now we have one man standing left to make it to the top spot on the qualifying. It is Yamashita's teammate, also driving the team at TMS Racing Team Good Ride E92 BMW Coupe. Kazumi Takahashi currently leading the series here. Has an 88 for his first run. Now, is he going to be able to manage to beat Gushi with a 93? A lot of throttle at the outside zone 1. Is he going to go deep enough in the outside zone? No, he leaves the outside zone 2 a little too early. And one tire off, almost, maybe on the line. He is putting it down. He is going for the top spot. That was a very aggressive run by Takahashi. The only part I would give right there, leaving the outside zone 2 a little early. That might hurt his score, but is it going to be good enough to beat Gushi's 93? Giving him waiting for the score. Kazumi Takahashi sitting on an 88, and what is the second run going to be? 90! Almost making it, almost taking down Gushi from his top spot, but currently with a 93, the top spot is going to Kenshiro Gushi with his Team Kazawa with Moti's Lexus IS 500 F Sports Performance Drift. Here you go, that's a happy Kenshiro Gushi shaking hands with his mechanics, and there you go. There you go, west side right there by Gushi, and I think they are going to do an interview with him. There you go, the OG of FDUSA, proving his spot here in Formula Drift Japan. And right there to the left is the scoring, and on the bubble, I'm a guy with the 68, and Matsui barely not making it with the 67. Gushi checking out his phone. Here you go, there's an interview. I said, please let me give you an interview. He said, sure. But they said, psych. All right, so what you guys think? That is it. That's 42 drivers that made it. Some of them had to throw in the towel for the second run. And some of them was not able to make it to the top 32, but great job by all these drivers making it out from all over the world and showing us their skill here at Formula Drift Japan. And we are going into Kenshiro Gushi's first qualifying run that gave him the 93-point run. Score, sorry. Right there on the line. That was a pretty much perfect line on the outside zone 1, and look at this, riding the wall, doing it right. And here you go. That is the 93-point run that Kenshiro Gushi that just laid down here at the third round of Formula Drift Japan. And that is going to be it from us here for the qualifying session. Thank you. Here's the judging stand. To the right, we have Mr. Akutsu. Then we got Imamura, Fukada, and Yamanaka. And right next to Yamanaka is me, Robin Ishida. Thank you for joining us. And we will be back tomorrow for more action. And after this, we're going to do the drift ride-alongs. I'm going to have to run over there to do the ride-alongs with the Advan colored IS5 ISFs taxi. So tomorrow morning, come by the Ebisu circuit. We will see if we can get you in at 8:10. They will pick out to choose. Only 12 people are going to get lucky enough to be able to get in these ride-alongs here. And we do real-time ride-alongs during the competition, in between the competitions, to give our fans a good time here to feel how it feels to be in a drift car. And also we have the kids walk. So Sunday, make sure you're out here with your kids. Come by the Formula Drift Japan booth area at 8:30. They will sign you up for this. Obviously, you're underage. You're going to have to be with an adult, your mother or father or guardian, to walk out for the top 16 opening ceremony. You get to get close to the cars, get on the track, and see the race cars up front. So it's a very good experience for you and your kids to have. To see how it feels to be up close with these drifting, with the drifting series. And right after this, we're going right into the interview of the #1 qualifier here today, Kenshiro Gushi. What does he have to say? And this is Kenshiro Gushi, the speaking Japanese version, because he usually speaks English.
はい、こちらピットのマリリンです。ケンゴシ選手にお話を伺いしたいと思います。単走優勝おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。今年になって風間オートさんのチームとご一緒させていただいて、3年目になるんですけど、表彰台3位1回、表彰台2位、2回で今回やっと単走優勝をゲットすることができました。あとは明日に向けて、表彰台の真ん中を狙って優勝していきたいので、頑張っていきたいと思います。
特に優勝の気持ちが前回からかなり高くなってたと思うんですけれども、明日に向けた意気込みはどうですか？
そうですね、前回から細かいことを気にせず、とにかく自分なりの走りで楽しく走っていこうという思いで走ってきたので、それがなんとか結果につながったかなという思いもあります。とにかく本当もうチーム風間オートの皆さん、ファンの方々に感謝です。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。おめでとうございました。ケンゴシ選手でした。
The results are on the track, so he said he just wants to enjoy it and do his best. Pretty sure Gucci is excited for this as well. And yes, thank you for supporting, guys. Everybody that's on the live stream, and the guys that I didn't get to watch or comment on your comments. Thank you. Keep it coming for tomorrow as well. Thank you for the support, and thank you to Joyce for always looking out after us for the live stream chat. And those of you who join us all the time regularly, thank you very much. And a lot of support. Thank you so much. And your comments really, it means a lot to us, and gives us more strong will to keep on going. So thank you very much. No, thank you guys for watching. And here you go. Here's some more information. Tomorrow from 9:10 we have, this is Japan time, by the way, 9:10 in the morning. We have the girls on stage. They will be interviewing the girls, the umbrella girls, and the cheerleaders. If you want to watch them, start watching the live stream from 9:10. And from 9:50 in the morning, we have Top 32 Tandem. So we will show you the bracket later on, probably on social media, and who's going to be going against who tomorrow at the Top 32 tournament. So make sure you are back tomorrow and on either the Japanese live stream or the English live stream. Thank you for joining us this time, and we'll see you tomorrow back here 9:50 in the morning, and that's Japan time, wherever you're at. I know it's early in the morning or late at night. Good morning, good night, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace out. Have a great night.